The Monster and Other Stories ***** e-text prepared by Jim Adcock from digital material generously made available by Internet Archive, http://www.archive.org. Note: images of the original pages are available through Internet Archive. See http://www.archive.org/details/Monstrothuster00 Cranioft The Monster and Other Stories by Stephen Crane. If you ain't afraid, go do it then. Illustrated, New York and London, Harper and Brothers Publishers, 1899. Copyright 1899 by Harper and Brothers. All rights reserved. Henry Johnson. Rats. Contents: The Monster, The Blue Hotel, His New Mittens. Illustrations. If you ain't afraid, go do it then. No one would have suspected him of ever having washed a buggy. Henry Johnson. Rats. They bowed and smiled until a late hour. The band played a waltz. What district? In the laboratory they did not care much for John Shipley. If I get $6 for boding Henry Johnson. I unzipped the door, swung portentously open. Mrs. Farragut. It's about what nobody talks of much, said 12 little Horace, yelling like hawks at the white balls flew. I've got to go home. When he raised his voice to deny the charge, or, come on. A pair of very wet mittens brought a plate of food. Horace stared with somber eyes at the plate of food. Some sort of bloody-handed person. People bowed forward. 8 cents worth of something. His head hung low. Mama. Mama. Oh, Mama. The Monster. Little Jim was, for the time, engine number 36, and he was making the run between Syracuse and Rochester. He was 14 minutes behind time, and the throttle was wide open. In consequence, when he swung around the curve at the flower bed, a wheel of his cart destroyed a peony. Number 36 slowed down at once and looked guiltily at his father, who was mowing the lawn. The doctor had his back to this accident, and he continued to pace slowly to and fro, pushing the mower. Jim dropped the tongue of the cart. He looked at his father and at the broken flower. Finally he went to the peony and tried to stand it on its pins, resuscitated, but the spine of it was hurt, and it would only hang limply from his hand. Jim could do no reparation. He looked again towards his father. He went onto the lawn, very slowly, and kicking wretchedly at the turf. Presently his father came along with the whirring machine, while the sweet, new grass blades spun from the knives. In a low voice, Jim said, "Pa." The doctor was shaving this lawn as if it were a priest's chin. All during the season he had worked at it in the coolness and peace of the evenings after supper. Even in the shadow of the cherry trees the grass was strong and healthy. Jim raised his voice a trifle. "Pa." The doctor paused, and with the howl of the machine no longer occupying the sense, one could hear the robins in the cherry trees arranging their affairs. Jim's hands were behind his back, and sometimes his fingers clasped and unclasped. Again he said, "Pa." The child's fresh and rosy lip was lowered. The doctor stared down at his son, thrusting his head forward and frowning attentively. "What is it, Jimmy?" Pa," repeated the child at length. Then he raised his finger and pointed at the flower bed. "There." "What?" said the doctor, frowning more. "What is it, Jim?" After a period of silence, during which the child may have undergone a severe mental tumult, he raised his finger and repeated his former word, "There." The father had respected this silence with perfect courtesy. Afterwards his glance carefully followed the direction indicated by the child's finger, but he could see nothing which explained to him. "I don't understand what you mean, Jimmy," he said. It seemed that the importance of the whole thing had taken away the boy's vocabulary. He could only reiterate, "There." The doctor mused upon the situation, but he could make nothing of it. At last he said, "Come, show me." Together they crossed the lawn towards the flower bed. At some yards from the broken peony, Jimmy began to lag. "There." The word came almost breathlessly. "Where?" said the doctor. Jimmy kicked at the grass. "There," he replied. The doctor was obliged to go forward alone. After some trouble he found the subject of the incident, the broken flower. Turning then, he saw the child lurking at the rear and scanning his countenance. The father reflected. After a time he said, "Jimmy, come here." With an infinite modesty of demeanor the child came forward. "Jimmy, how did this happen?" The child answered, "Now, I was playing train, and, now, I runned over it." "You were doing what?" "I was playing train." The father reflected again. "Well, Jimmy," he said, slowly, "I guess you had better not play train any more today." "Do you think you had better?" "No, sir," said Jimmy. During the delivery of the judgment the child had not faced his father, and afterwards he went away, with his head lowered, shuffling his feet. Too, it was apparent from Jimmy's manner that he felt some kind of desire to efface himself. He went down to the stable. Henry Johnson, the Negro who cared for the doctor's horses, was sponging the buggy. He grinned fraternally when he saw Jimmy coming. These two were pals. In regard to almost everything in life they seemed to have minds precisely alike. Of course there were points of emphatic divergence. For instance, it was plain from Henry's talk that he was a very handsome Negro, and he was known to be a light, a weight, and an eminence in the suburb of the town, where lived the larger number of the Negroes. And obviously this glory was over Jimmy's horizon, but he vaguely appreciated it and paid deference to Henry for it mainly because Henry appreciated it and deferred to himself. However, on all points of conduct as related to the doctor, who was the moon, they were in complete but unexpressed understanding. Whenever Jimmy became the victim of an eclipse he went to the stable to solace himself with Henry's crimes. Henry, with the elasticity of his race, could usually provide a sin to place himself on a footing with the disgraced one. Perhaps he would remember that he had forgotten to put the hitching strap in the back of the buggy on some recent occasion, and had been reprimanded by the doctor. Then these two would commune subtly and without words concerning their moon, holding themselves sympathetically as people who had committed similar treasons. On the other hand, Henry would sometimes choose to absolutely repudiate this idea, and when Jimmy appeared in his shame would bully him most virtuously, preaching with assurance the precepts of the Doctor's Creed, and pointing out to Jimmy all his abominations. Jimmy did not discover that this was odious in his comrade. He accepted it and lived in its shadow with humility, merely trying to conciliate the saintly Henry with acts of deference. Won by this attitude, Henry would sometimes allow the child to enjoy the felicity of squeezing the sponge over a buggy wheel, even when Jimmy was still gory from unspeakable deeds. Whenever Henry dwelt for a time in sackcloth, Jimmy did not patronize him at all. This was a justice of his age, his condition. He did not know. Besides, Henry could drive a horse, and Jimmy had a full sense of this sublimity. Henry personally conducted the moon during the splendid journeys through the country roads, where farms spread on all sides, with sheep, cows, and other marvels abounding. "Hello, Jim," said Henry, poising his sponge. Water was dripping from the buggy. Sometimes the horses in the stalls stamped thunderingly on the pine floor. There was an atmosphere of hay and of harness. For a minute Jimmy refused to take an interest in anything. He was very downcast. He could not even feel the wonders of wagon washing. Henry, while at his work, narrowly observed him. "Your pop done wallop your, didn't he?" he said at last. "No," said Jimmy, defensively, "he didn't." After this casual remark Henry continued his labor, with a scowl of occupation. Presently he said, "I done tole your menace time not to go a foolin' and a projeckin' with them flowers. Your pop don't like it nohow." As a matter of fact, Henry had never mentioned flowers to the boy. Jimmy preserved a gloomy silence, so Henry began to use seductive wiles in this affair of washing a wagon. It was not until he began to spin a wheel on the tree, and the sprinkling water flew everywhere, that the boy was visibly moved. He had been seated on the sill of the carriage house door, but at the beginning of this ceremony he arose and circled towards the buggy, with an interest that slowly consumed the remembrance of a late disgrace. Johnson could then display all the dignity of a man whose duty it was to protect Jimmy from a splashing. "Look out, boy! Look out! You done gwe spile your pants. I reckon your mama don't low this foolishness, she know it. I ain't gwe have you round ye spillin' your pants, and have Miss Trescott light on me pressin' lie. 'Deed I ain't." He spoke with an air of great irritation, but he was not annoyed at all. This tone was merely a part of his importance. In reality he was always delighted to have the child there to witness the business of the stable. For one thing, Jimmy was invariably overcome with reverence when he was told how beautifully a harness was polished or a horse groomed. Henry explained each detail of this kind with unction, procuring great joy from the child's admiration. After Johnson had taken his supper in the kitchen, he went to his loft in the carriage house and dressed himself with much care. No belle of a court circle could bestow more mind on a toilet than did Johnson. On second thought, he was more like a priest arraying himself for some parade of the church. As he emerged from his room and sauntered down the carriage drive, no one would have suspected him of ever having washed a buggy. No one would have suspected him of ever having washed a buggy. It was not altogether a matter of the lavender trousers, nor yet the straw hat with its bright silk band. The change was somewhere, far in the interior of Henry. But there was no cakewalk hyperbole in it. He was simply a quiet, well-bred gentleman of position, wealth, and other necessary achievements out for an evening stroll, and he had never washed a wagon in his life. In the morning, when in his working clothes, he had met a friend. "Hello, Pete." "Hello, Henry." Now, in his effulgence, he encountered this same friend. His bow was not at all haughty. If it expressed anything, it expressed consummate generosity. "Good evening, Mr. Washington." Pete, who was very dirty, being at work in a potato patch, responded in a mixture of abasement and appreciation. "Good evening, Mr. Johnsing." The shimmering blue of the electric arc lamps was strong in the main street of the town. At numerous points it was conquered by the orange glare of the outnumbering gaslights in the windows of shops. Through this radiant lane moved a crowd, which culminated in a throng before the post office, awaiting the distribution of the evening mails. Occasionally there came into it a shrill electric streetcar, the motor singing like a cage full of grasshoppers, and possessing a great gong that clanged forth both warnings and simple noise. At the little theatre, which was a varnish and red plush miniature of one of the famous New York theaters, a company of strollers was to play East Lynne. The young men of the town were mainly gathered at the corners, in distinctive groups, which expressed various shades and lines of chumship, and had little to do with any social gradations. There they discussed everything with critical insight, passing the whole town in review as it swarmed in the street. When the gongs of the electric cars ceased for a moment to harry the ears, there could be heard the sound of the feet of the leisurely crowd on the bluestone pavement, and it was like the peaceful evening lashing at the shore of a lake. At the foot of the hill, where two lines of maples sentineled the way, an electric lamp glowed high among the ember-earing branches, and made most wonderful shadow etchings on the road below it. When Johnson appeared amid the throng, a member of one of the profane groups at a corner instantly telegraphed news of this extraordinary arrival to his companions. They hailed him. "Hello, Henry. Going to walk for a cake tonight? Ain't he smooth? Why, you've got that cake right in your pocket, Henry. Throw out your chest a little more." Henry was not ruffled in any way by these quiet admonitions and compliments. In reply he laughed a supremely good-natured, chuckling laugh, which nevertheless expressed an underground complacency of superior metal. Young Griscom, the lawyer, was just emerging from Reef Snyder's barber shop, rubbing his chin contentedly. On the steps he dropped his hand and looked with wide eyes into the crowd. Suddenly he bolted back into the shop. "Wow," he cried to the Parliament, you ought to see the coon that's coming." Reeve Snyder and his assistant instantly poised their razors high and turned towards the window. Two belathered heads reared from the chairs. The electric shine in the street caused an effect like water to them who looked through the glass from the yellow glamour of Reeve Snyder's shop. In fact, the people without resembled the inhabitants of a great aquarium that here had a square pane in it. Presently into this frame swam the graceful form of Henry Johnson. "Gee," said Reeve Snyder. He and his assistant with one accord threw their obligations to the winds, and leaving their lathered victims helpless, advanced to the window. "Ain't he a tizy?" said Reeve Snyder, marveling. But the man in the first chair, with a grievance in his mind, had found a weapon. "Why, that's only Henry Johnson, you blamed idiots. Come on now, Reeve, and shave me. What do you think I am, a mummy?" Reeve Snyder turned, in a great excitement. "I bet you any money that vas not Henry Johnson." "Henry Johnson? Rats!" The scorn put into this last word made it an explosion. That man was a Pullman car porter or something. How could that be Henry Johnson? He demanded, turbulently. "You vas crazy." The man in the first chair faced the barber in a storm of indignation. "Didn't I give him those lavender trousers?" he roared. And young Griscom, who had remained attentively at the window, said, "Yes, I guess that was Henry. It looked like him." "Oh, well," said Reeve Snyder, returning to his business, "if you think so." "Oh, well." He implied that he was submitting for the sake of amiability. Finally the man in the second chair, mumbling from a mouth made timid by adjacent lather, said, "That was Henry Johnson all right. Why, he always dresses like that when he wants to make a front. He's the biggest dude in town, anybody knows that." "Chinga," said Reeve Snyder. "Henry Johnson. Rats." Henry was not at all oblivious of the wake of wondering ejaculation that streamed out behind him. On other occasions he had reaped this same joy, and he always had an eye for the demonstration. With a face beaming with happiness he turned away from the scene of his victories into a narrow side street, where the electric light still hung high, but only to exhibit a row of tumble-down houses leaning together like paralytics. The saffron Miss Bella Farragut, in a calico frock, had been crouched on the front stoop, gossiping at long range, but she espied her approaching caller at a distance. She dashed around the corner of the house, galloping like a horse. Henry saw it all, but he preserved the polite demeanor of a guest when a waiter spills claret down his cuff. In this awkward situation he was simply perfect. The duty of receiving Mr. Johnson fell upon Mrs. Farragut, because Bella, in another room, was scrambling wildly into her best gown. The fat old woman met him with a great ivory smile, sweeping back with the door, and bowing low. "Walk in, Mr. Johnson, walk in. How is you disabonine, Mr. Johnson, how is you?" Henry's face showed like a reflector as he bowed and bowed, bending almost from his head to his ankles. "Good evening, Miss F.A. Gut, good evening. How is you this evening? Is all you folks well, Miss F.A. Gut?" After a great deal of kowtow, they were planted in 2 chairs opposite each other in the living room. Here they exchanged the most tremendous civilities, until Miss Bella swept into the room, when there was more kowtow on all sides, and a smiling show of teeth that was like an illumination. The cooking stove was of course in this drawing room, and on the fire was some kind of a long-winded stew. Mrs. Farragut was obliged to arise and attend to it from time to time. Also young Sim came in and went to bed on his pallet in the corner. But to all these domesticities the 3 maintained an absolute dumbness. They bowed and smiled and ignored and imitated until a late hour, and if they had been the occupants of the most gorgeous salon in the world they could not have been more like 3 monkeys. After Henry had gone, Bella, who encouraged herself in the appropriation of phrases, said, "Oh, Ma, isn't he divine?" They bowed and smiled until a late hour, for a Saturday evening was a sign always for a larger crowd to parade the thoroughfare. In summer the band played until 10 o'clock in the little park. Most of the young men of the town affected to be superior to this band, even to despise it, but in the still and fragrant evenings they invariably turned out in force, because the girls were sure to attend this concert, strolling slowly over the grass, linked closely in pairs, or preferably in 3s, in the curious public dependence upon one another which was their inheritance. There was no particular social aspect to this gathering, save that group regarded group with interest, but mainly in silence. Perhaps one girl would nudge another girl and suddenly say, "Look! There goes Gertie Hodgson and her sister." And they would appear to regard this as an event of importance. On a particular evening a rather large company of young men were gathered on the sidewalk that edged the park. They remained thus beyond the borders of the festivities because of their dignity, which would not exactly allow them to appear in anything which was so much fun for the younger lads. These latter were careering madly through the crowd, precipitating minor accidents from time to time, but usually fleeing like mist swept by the wind before retribution could lay hands upon them. The band played a waltz which involved a gift of prominence to the bass horn, and one of the young men on the sidewalk said that the music reminded him of the new engines on the hill pumping water into the reservoir. A similarity of this kind was not inconceivable, but the young man did not say it because he disliked the band's playing. He said it because it was fashionable to say that manner of thing concerning the band. However, over in the stand, Billy Harris, who played the snare drum, was always surrounded by a throng of boys, who adored his every whack. After the mails from New York and Rochester had been finally distributed, the crowd from the post office added to the mass already in the park. The wind waved the leaves of the maples, and, high in the air, the blue burning globes of the arc lamps caused the wonderful traceries of leaf shadows on the ground. When the light fell upon the upturned face of a girl, it caused it to glow with a wonderful pallor. A policeman came suddenly from the darkness and chased a gang of obstreperous little boys. They hooted him from a distance. The leader of the band had some of the mannerisms of the great musicians, and during a period of silence the crowd smiled when they saw him raise his hand to his brow, stroke it sentimentally, and glance upward with a look of poetic anguish. In the shivering light, which gave to the park an effect like a great vaulted hall, the throng swarmed, with a gentle murmur of dresses switching the turf, and with a steady hum of voices. The band played a waltz suddenly, without preliminary buzz. There arose from afar the great hoarse roar of a factory whistle. It raised and swelled to a sinister note, and then it sang on the night wind one long call that held the crowd in the park immovable, speechless. The bandmaster had been about to vehemently let fall his hand to start the band on a thundering career through a popular march, but, smitten by this giant voice from the night, his hand dropped slowly to his knee, and, his mouth agape, he looked at his men in silence. The cry died away to a wail and then to stillness. It released the muscles of the company of young men on the sidewalk, who had been like statues, posed eagerly, lithely, their ears turned. And then they wheeled upon each other simultaneously, and, in a single explosion, they shouted, "One!" Again the sound swelled in the night and roared its long ominous cry, and as it died away the crowd of young men wheeled upon each other and, in chorus, yelled, "Two!" There was a moment of breathless waiting. Then they bawled, "Second District!" In a flash the company of indolent and cynical young men had vanished like a snowball disrupted by dynamite. Jake Rogers was the first man to reach the home of Tuscarora Hose Company No. 6. He had wrenched his key from his pocket as he tore down the street, and he jumped at the spring lock like a demon. As the doors flew back before his hands he leaped and kicked the wedges from a pair of wheels, loosened a tongue from its clasp, and in the glare of the electric light which the town placed before each of its hose houses the next comers beheld the spectacle of Jake Rogers bent like hickory in the manfulness of his pulling, and the heavy cart was moving slowly towards the doors. 4 men joined him at the time, and as they swung with the cart out into the street, dark figures sped towards them from the ponderous shadows back of the electric lamps. Some set up the inevitable question, "What district?" Second was replied to them in a compact howl. Tuscarora Hose Company No. 6 swept on a perilous wheel into Niagara Avenue, and as the men, attached to the cart by the rope which had been paid out from the windlass under the tongue, pulled madly in their fervor and abandon, the gong under the axle clanged incitingly. And sometimes the same cry was heard, "What district?" Second. What district? On a great Johnny Thorpe fell, and exercising a singular muscular ability, rolled out in time from the track of the oncoming wheel, and arose, dishevelled and aggrieved, casting a look of mournful disenchantment upon the black crowd that poured after the machine. The cart seemed to be the apex of a dark wave that was whirling as if it had been a broken dam. Back of the lad were stretches of lawn, and in that direction front doors were banged by men who hoarsely shouted out into the clamorous avenue, "What district?" At one of these houses a woman came to the door bearing a lamp, shielding her face from its rays with her hands. Across the cropped grass the avenue represented to her a kind of black torrent, upon which, nevertheless, fled numerous miraculous figures upon bicycles. She did not know that the towering light at the corner was continuing its nightly whine. Suddenly a little boy somersaulted around the corner of the house as if he had been projected down a flight of stairs by a catapultion boot. He halted himself in front of the house by dint of a rather extraordinary evolution with his legs. "Oh, Ma," he gasped, "can I go? Can I, Ma?" She straightened with the coldness of the exterior mother judgment, although the hand that held the lamp trembled slightly. "No, Willie, you had better come to bed." Instantly he began to buck and fume like a mustang. "Oh, Ma," he cried, contorting himself, "oh, Ma, can't I go? Please, Ma, can't I go? Can't I go, Ma? It's 9:30 now, Willie." He ended by wailing out a compromise, "Well, just down to the corner, Ma. Just down to the corner." From the avenue came the sound of rushing men who wildly shouted. Somebody had grappled the bell rope in the Methodist church, and now over the town rang this solemn and terrible voice, speaking from the clouds. Moved from its peaceful business, this bell gained a new spirit in the portentous night, and it swung the heart to and fro, up and down, with each peal of it. "Just down to the corner, Ma. Willie, it's 9:30 now." They did not care much for John Shipley. The outlines of the house of Dr. Trescott had faded quietly into the evening, hiding a shape such as we call Queen Anne against the pall of the blackened sky. The neighborhood was at this time so quiet, and seemed so devoid of obstructions, that Hannigan's dog thought it a good opportunity to prowl in forbidden precincts, and so came and pawed Trescott's lawn, growling, and considering himself a formidable beast. Later, Peter Washington strolled past the house and whistled, but there was no dim light shining from Henry's loft, and presently Peter went his way. The rays from the street, creeping in silvery waves over the grass, caused the row of shrubs along the drive to throw a clear, bold shade. A wisp of smoke came from one of the windows at the end of the house and drifted quietly into the branches of a cherry tree. Its companions followed it in slowly increasing numbers, and finally there was a current controlled by invisible banks which poured into the fruit-laden boughs of the cherry tree. It was no more to be noted than if a troop of dim and silent grey monkeys had been climbing a grapevine into the clouds. After a moment the window brightened as if the four panes of it had been stained with blood, and a quick ear might have been led to imagine the fire imps calling and calling, clan joining clan, gathering to the colors. From the street, however, the house maintained its dark quiet, insisting to a passer-by that it was the safe dwelling of people who chose to retire early to tranquil dreams. No one could have heard this low droning of the gathering clans. Suddenly the panes of the red window tinkled and crashed to the ground, and at other windows there suddenly reared other flames, like bloody specters at the apertures of a haunted house. This outbreak had been well planned, as if by professional revolutionists. A man's voice suddenly shouted, "Fire! Fire!" fire. Hannigan had flung his pipe frenziedly from him because his lungs demanded room. He tumbled down from his perch, swung over the fence, and ran shouting towards the front door of the Trescotts. Then he hammered on the door, using his fists as if they were mallets. Mrs. Trescott instantly came to one of the windows on the second floor. Afterwards she knew she had been about to say, "The doctor is not at home, but if you will leave your name, I will let him know as soon as he comes." Hannigan's bawling was for a minute incoherent, but she understood that it was not about croup. "What?" she said, raising the window swiftly. "Your house is on fire. You're all ablaze. Move quick!" His cries were resounding in the street as if it were a cave of echoes. Many feet pattered swiftly on the stones. There was one man who ran with an almost fabulous speed. He wore lavender trousers. A straw hat with a bright silk band was held half crumpled in his hand. As Henry reached the front door, Hannigan had just broken the lock with a kick. A thick cloud of smoke poured over them, and Henry, ducking his head, rushed into it. From Hannigan's clamor he knew only one thing, but it turned him blue with horror. In the hall a lick of flame had found the cord that supported signing the declaration. The engraving slumped suddenly down at one end, and then dropped to the floor, where it burst with the sound of a bomb. The fire was already roaring like a winter wind among the pines. At the head of the stairs Mrs. Trescott was waving her arms as if they were two reeds. "Jimmy! Save Jimmy!" she screamed in Henry's face. He plunged past her and disappeared, taking the long familiar routes among these upper chambers, where he had once held office as a sort of second assistant housemaid. Hannigan had followed him up the stairs, and grappled the arm of the maniacal woman there. His face was black with rage. "You must come down," he bellowed. She would only scream at him in reply, "Jimmy! Jimmy! Save Jimmy!" But he dragged her forth while she babbled at him. As they swung out into the open air a man ran across the lawn, and seizing a shutter, pulled it from its hinges and flung it far out upon the grass. Then he frantically attacked the other shutters one by one. It was a kind of temporary insanity. "Here," you howled Hannigan, "hold Mrs. Trescott, and stop." The news had been telegraphed by a twist of the wrist of a neighbor who had gone to the firebox at the corner, and the time when Hannigan and his charge struggled out of the house was the time when the whistle roared its hoarse night call, smiting the crowd in the park, causing the leader of the band, who was about to order the first triumphal clang of a military march, to let his hand drop slowly to his knees. 7 Henry poured awkwardly through the smoke in the upper halls. He had attempted to guide himself by the walls, but they were too hot. The paper was crimpling, and he expected at any moment to have a flame burst from under his hands. "Jimmy!" He did not call very loud, as if in fear that the humming flames below would overhear him. "Jimmy! Oh, Jimmy!" Stumbling and panting, he speedily reached the entrance to Jimmy's room and flung open the door. The little chamber had no smoke in it at all. It was faintly illuminated by a beautiful rosy light reflected circuitously from the flames that were consuming the house. The boy had apparently just been aroused by the noise. He sat in his bed, his lips apart, his eyes wide, while upon his little white-robed figure played caressingly the light from the fire. As the door flew open he had before him this apparition of his pal, a terror-stricken negro, all tousled and with wool scorching, who leaped upon him and bore him up in a blanket as if the whole affair were a case of kidnapping by a dreadful robber chief. Without waiting to go through the usual short but complete process of wrinkling up his face, Jimmy let out a gorgeous bawl, which resembled the expression of a calf's deepest terror. As Johnson, bearing him, reeled into the smoke of the hall, he flung his arms about his neck and buried his face in the blanket. He called twice in muffled tones, "Mama! Mama!" When Johnson came to the top of the stairs with his burden, he took a quick step backward. Through the smoke that rolled to him he could see that the lower hall was all ablaze. He cried out then in a howl that resembled Jimmy's former achievement. His legs gained a frightful faculty of bending sideways. Swinging about precariously on these reedy legs, he made his way back slowly, back along the upper hall. From the way of him then, he had given up almost all idea of escaping from the burning house, and with it the desire. He was submitting because of his father's, bending his mind in a most perfect slavery to this conflagration. He now clutched Jimmy as unconsciously as when, running toward the house, he had clutched the hat with the bright silk band. Suddenly he remembered a little private staircase which led from a bedroom to an apartment which the doctor had fitted up as a laboratory and workhouse, where he used some of his leisure, and also hours when he might have been sleeping, in devoting himself to experiments which came in the way of his study and interest. When Johnson recalled this stairway the submission to the blaze departed instantly. He had been perfectly familiar with it, but his confusion had destroyed the memory of it. In his sudden momentary apathy there had been little that resembled fear, but now, as a way of safety came to him, the old frantic terror caught him. He was no longer creature to the flames, and he was afraid of the battle with them. It was a singular and swift set of alternations in which he feared twice without submission, and submitted once without fear. "Jimmy," he wailed, as he staggered on his way. He wished this little inanimate body at his breast to participate in his tremblings. But the child had lain limp and still during these headlong charges and countercharges, and no sign came from him. Johnson passed through 2 rooms and came to the head of the stairs. As he opened the door great billows of smoke poured out, but gripping Jimmy closer, he plunged down through them. All manner of odors assailed him during this flight. They seemed to be alive with envy, hatred, and malice. At the entrance to the laboratory he confronted a strange spectacle. The room was like a garden in the region where might be burning flowers. Flames of violet, crimson, green, blue, orange, and purple were blooming everywhere. There was one blaze that was precisely the hue of a delicate coral. In another place was a mass that lay merely in phosphorescent inaction like a pile of emeralds. But all these marvels were to be seen dimly through clouds of heaving, turning, deadly smoke. Johnson halted for a moment on the threshold. He cried out again in the Negro wail that had in it the sadness of the swamps. Then he rushed across the room. An orange-colored flame leaped like a panther at the lavender trousers. This animal bit deeply into Johnson. There was an explosion at one side, and suddenly before him there reared a delicate, trembling sapphire shape like a fairy lady. With a quiet smile she blocked his path and doomed him and Jimmy. Johnson shrieked, and then ducked in the manner of his race in fights. He aimed to pass under the left guard of the sapphire lady. But she was swifter than eagles, and her talons caught in him as he plunged past her. Bowing his head as if his neck had been struck, Johnson lurched forward, twisting this way and that way. He fell on his back. The still form in the blanket flung from his arms, rolled to the edge of the floor and beneath the window. Johnson had fallen with his head at the base of an old-fashioned desk. There was a row of jars upon the top of this desk. For the most part, they were silent amid this rioting, but there was one which seemed to hold a scintillant and writhing serpent. Suddenly the glass splintered, and a ruby-red snake-like thing poured its thick length out upon the top of the old desk. It coiled and hesitated, and then began to swim a languorous way down the mahogany slant. At the angle it waved its sizzling molten head to and fro over the closed eyes of the man beneath it. Then, in a moment, with a mystic impulse, it moved again, and the red snake flowed directly down into Johnson's upturned face. Afterwards the trail of this creature seemed to reek, and amid flames and low explosions drops like red-hot jewels pattered softly down it at leisurely intervals. In the laboratory 8 suddenly all roads led to Dr. Trescott's. The whole town flowed towards one point. Chippewa Hose Company No. 1 toiled desperately up Bridge Street Hill even as the Tuscaroras came in an impetuous sweep down Niagara Avenue. Meanwhile the machine of the hook and ladder experts from across the creek was spinning on its way. The chief of the fire department had been playing poker in the rear room of Whiteley's cigar store, but at the first breath of the alarm he sprang through the door like a man escaping with the kitty. In Whilomville, on these occasions, there was always a number of people who instantly turned their attention to the bells in the churches and schoolhouses. The bells not only emphasized the alarm, but it was the habit to send these sounds rolling across the sky in a stirring brazen uproar until the flames were practically vanquished. There was also a kind of rivalry as to which bell should be made to produce the greatest din. Even the Valley Church, 4 miles away among the farms, had heard the voices of its brethren, and immediately added a quaint little yelp. Dr. Trescott had been driving homeward, slowly smoking a cigar, and feeling glad that this last case was now in complete obedience to him, like a wild animal that he had subdued, when he heard the long whistle, and chirped to his horse under the unlicensed but perfectly distinct impression that a fire had broken out in Oakhurst, a new and rather high-flying suburb of the town which was at least 2 miles from his own home. But in the second blast and in the ensuing silence he read the designation of his own district. He was then only a few blocks from his house. He took out the whip and laid it lightly on the mare. Surprised and frightened at this extraordinary action, she leaped forward, and as the reins straightened like steel bands, the doctor leaned backward a trifle. When the mare whirled him up to the closed gate he was wondering whose house could be afire. The man who had rung the signal box yelled something at him, but he already knew. He left the mare to her will. In front of his door was a maniacal woman in a wrapper. "Ned," she screamed at sight of him. "Jimmy! Save Jimmy!" Trescott had grown hard and chill. "Where?" he said. "Where?" Mrs. Trescott's voice began to bubble. "Up, up, up," she pointed at the second-story windows. Hannigan was already shouting, "Don't go in that way. You can't go in that way." Trescott ran around the corner of the house and disappeared from them. He knew from the view he had taken of the main hall that it would be impossible to ascend from there. His hopes were fastened now to the stairway which led from the laboratory. The door which opened from this room out upon the lawn was fastened with a bolt and lock, but he kicked close to the lock and then close to the bolt. The door with a loud crash flew back. The doctor recoiled from the roll of smoke, and then bending low, he stepped into the garden of burning flowers. On the floor his stinging eyes could make out a form in a smoldering blanket near the window. Then, as he carried his son towards the door, he saw that the whole lawn seemed now alive with men and boys, the leaders in the great charge that the whole town was making. They seized him and his burden, and overpowered him in wet blankets and water. But Hannigan was howling, "Johnson is in there yet. Henry Johnson is in there yet." He went in after the kid. "Johnson is in there yet." These cries penetrated to the sleepy senses of Trescott, and he struggled with his captors, swearing, unknown to him and to them, all the deep blasphemies of his medical student days. He rose to his feet and went again towards the door of the laboratory. They endeavored to restrain him, although they were much affrighted at him. But a young man who was a brakesman on the railway, and lived in one of the rear streets near the Trescotts, had gone into the laboratory and brought forth a thing which he laid on the grass. 9 There were hoarse commands from in front of the house. "Turn on your water." 5. "Let her go." 1. The gathering crowd swayed this way and that way. The flames, towering high, cast a wild red light on their faces. There came the clangor of a gong from along some adjacent street. The crowd exclaimed at it. "Here comes number 3. That's 3A coming." A panting and irregular mob dashed into view, dragging a hose cart. A cry of exultation arose from the little boys. "Here's 3." The lads welcomed Never Die Hose Company number 3 as if it was composed of a chariot dragged by a band of gods. The perspiring citizens flung themselves into the fray. The boys danced in impish joy at the displays of prowess. They acclaimed the approach of number 2. They welcomed number 4 with cheers. They were so deeply moved by this whole affair that they bitterly guyed the late appearance of the Hook and Ladder Company, whose heavy apparatus had almost stalled them on the Bridge Street hill. The lads hated and feared a fire, of course. They did not particularly want to have anybody's house burn, but still it was fine to see the gathering of the companies, and amid a great noise to watch their heroes perform all manner of prodigies. They were divided into parties over the worth of different companies, and supported their creeds with no small violence. For instance, in that part of the little city where number 4 had its home, it would be most daring for a boy to contend the superiority of any other company. Likewise, in another quarter, where a strange boy was asked which fire company was the best in Whilomville, he was expected to answer number 1. Feuds, which the boys forgot and remembered according to chance or the importance of some recent event, existed all through the town. They did not care much for John Shipley, the chief of the department. It was true that he went to a fire with the speed of a falling angel, but when there he invariably lapsed into a certain still mood, which was almost a preoccupation, moving leisurely around the burning structure and surveying it, putting meanwhile at a cigar. This quiet man, who even when life was in danger seldom raised his voice, was not much to their fancy. Now old Sykes Huntington, when he was chief, used to bellow continually like a bull and gesticulate in a sort of delirium. He was much finer as a spectacle than this Shipley, who viewed a fire with the same steadiness that he viewed a raise in a large jackpot. The greater number of the boys could never understand why the members of these companies persisted in re-electing Shipley, although they often pretended to understand it, because my father says was a very formidable phrase in argument, and the fathers seemed almost unanimous in advocating Shipley. At this time there was considerable discussion as to which company had gotten the first stream of water on the fire. Most of the boys claimed that number 5 owned that distinction, but there was a determined minority who contended for number 1. Boys who were the blood adherents of other companies were obliged to choose between the two on this occasion, and the talk waxed warm. But a great rumor went among the crowds. It was told with hushed voices. Afterwards a reverent silence fell even upon the boys. Jimmy Trescott and Henry Johnson had been burned to death, and Dr. Trescott himself had been most savagely hurt. The crowd did not even feel the police pushing at them. They raised their eyes, shining now with awe, towards the high flames. The man who had information was at his best. In low tones he described the whole affair. That was the kid's room, in the corner there. He had measles or something, and this coon, Johnson, was setting up with him, and Johnson got sleepy or something and upset the lamp, and the doctor he was down in his office, and he came running up, and they all got burned together till they dragged him out. Another man, always preserved for the deliverance of the final judgment, was saying, "Oh, they'll die sure. Burned to flinders. No chance. Whole lot of 'em. Anybody can see. The crowd concentrated its gaze still more closely upon these flags of fire which waved joyfully against the black sky. The bells of the town were clashing unceasingly. A little procession moved across the lawn and towards the street. There were 3 cots, borne by 12 of the firemen. The police moved sternly, but it needed no effort of theirs to open a lane for this slow cortege. The men who bore the cots were well known to the crowd, but in this solemn parade during the ringing of the bells and the shouting, and with the red glare upon the sky, they seemed utterly foreign, and Whilomville paid them a deep respect. Each man in this stretcher party had gained a reflected majesty. They were footmen to death, and the crowd made subtle obeisance to this august dignity derived from 3 prospective graves. One woman turned away with a shriek at sight of the covered body on the first stretcher, and people faced her suddenly in silent and mournful indignation. Otherwise there was barely a sound as these 12 important men with measured tread carried their burdens through the throng. The little boys no longer discussed the merits of the different fire companies. For the greater part they had been routed. Only the more courageous viewed closely the 3 figures veiled in yellow blankets. Ex-old Judge Denning Hazenthorpe, who lived nearly opposite the Trescotts, had thrown his door wide open to receive the afflicted family. When it was publicly learned that the doctor and his son and the Negro were still alive, it required a specially detailed policeman to prevent people from scaling the front porch and interviewing these sorely wounded. One old lady appeared with a miraculous poultice, and she quoted most damning scripture to the officer when he said that she could not pass him. Throughout the night some lads old enough to be given privileges or to compel them from their mothers remained vigilantly upon the curb in anticipation of a death or some such event. The reporter of the Morning Tribune rode thither on his bicycle every hour until 3 o'clock. 6 of the 10 doctors in Whilomville attended at Judge Hazenthorpe's house. Almost at once they were able to know that Trescott's burns were not vitally important. The child would possibly be scarred badly, but his life was undoubtedly safe. As for the Negro Henry Johnson, he could not live. His body was frightfully seared, but more than that, he now had no face. His face had simply been burned away. Trescott was always asking news of the 2 other patients. In the morning he seemed fresh and strong, so they told him that Johnson was doomed. They then saw him stir on the bed, and sprang quickly to see if the bandages needed readjusting. In the sudden glance he threw from one to another he impressed them as being both leonine and impracticable. The morning paper announced the death of Henry Johnson. It contained a long interview with Edward J. Hannigan, in which the latter described in full the performance of Johnson at the fire. There was also an editorial built from all the best words in the vocabulary of the staff. The town halted in its accustomed road of thought, and turned a reverent attention to the memory of this hostler. In the breasts of many people was the regret that they had not known enough to give him a hand and a lift when he was alive, and they judged themselves stupid and ungenerous for this failure. The name of Henry Johnson became suddenly the title of a saint to the little boys. The one who thought of it first could, by quoting it in an argument, at once overthrow his antagonist, whether it applied to the subject or whether it did not. Nigger, nigger, never die. Black face and shiny eye. Boys who had called this odious couplet in the rear of Johnson's march buried the fact at the bottom of their hearts. Later in the day Miss Bella Farragut, of No. 7 Watermelon Alley, announced that she had been engaged to marry Mr. Henry Johnson. 11. The old judge had a cane with an ivory head. He could never think at his best until he was leaning slightly on this stick and smoothing the white top with slow movements of his hands. It was also to him a kind of narcotic. If by any chance he mislaid it, he grew at once very irritable, and was likely to speak sharply to his sister, whose mental incapacity he had patiently endured for 30 years in the old mansion on Ontario Street. She was not at all aware of her brother's opinion of her endowments, and so it might be said that the judge had successfully dissembled for more than a quarter of a century, only risking the truth at the times when his cane was lost. On a particular day the judge sat in his armchair on the porch. The sunshine sprinkled through the lilac bushes and poured great coins on the boards. The sparrows disputed in the trees that lined the pavements. The judge mused deeply, while his hands gently caressed the ivory head of his cane. Finally he arose and entered the house, his brow still furrowed in a thoughtful frown. His stick thumped solemnly in regular beats. On the second floor he entered a room where Dr. Trescott was working about the bedside of Henry Johnson. The bandages on the Negro's head allowed only one thing to appear, an eye, which unwinkingly stared at the judge. The latter spoke to Trescott on the condition of the patient. Afterward he evidently had something further to say, but he seemed to be kept from it by the scrutiny of the unwinking eye, at which he furtively glanced from time to time. When Jimmy Trescott was sufficiently recovered, his mother had taken him to pay a visit to his grandparents in Connecticut. The doctor had remained to take care of his patients, but as a matter of truth he spent most of his time at Judge Hazenthorpe's house, where lay Henry Johnson. Here he slept and ate almost every meal in the long nights and days of his vigil. At dinner, and away from the magic of the unwinking eye, the judge said, suddenly, "Trescott, do you think it is?" As Trescott paused expectantly, the judge fingered his knife. He said, thoughtfully, "No one wants to advance such ideas, but somehow I think that that poor fellow ought to die." There was in Trescott's face at once a look of recognition, as if in this tangent of the judge he saw an old problem. He merely sighed and answered, "Who knows?" The words were spoken in a deep tone that gave them an elusive kind of significance. The judge retreated to the cold manner of the bench. "Perhaps we may not talk with propriety of this kind of action, but I am induced to say that you are performing a questionable charity in preserving this Negro's life. As near as I can understand, he will hereafter be a monster, a perfect monster, and probably with an affected brain. No man can observe you as I have observed you and not know that it was a matter of conscience with you, but I am afraid, my friend, that it is one of the blunders of virtue. The judge had delivered his views with his habitual oratory. The last 3 words he spoke with a particular emphasis, as if the phrase was his discovery. The doctor made a weary gesture. "He saved my boy's life." "Yes," said the judge, swiftly, "yes, I know." "And what am I to do?" said Trescott, his eyes suddenly lighting like an outburst from smoldering peat. "What am I to do?" He gave himself for Jimmy. "What am I to do for him?" The judge abased himself completely before these words. He lowered his eyes for a moment. He picked at his cucumbers. Presently he braced himself straightly in his chair. "He will be your creation, you understand. He is purely your creation. Nature has very evidently given him up. He is dead. You are restoring him to life. You are making him, and he will be a monster, and with no mind." "He will be what you like, Judge," cried Trescott, in sudden, polite fury. "He will be anything, but, by God, he saved my boy." The judge interrupted in a voice trembling with emotion, "Trescott. Trescott. Don't I know?" Trescott had subsided to a sullen mood. "Yes, you know," he answered, acidly, "but you don't know all about your own boy being saved from death." This was a perfectly childish allusion to the judge's bachelorhood. Trescott knew that the remark was infantile, but he seemed to take desperate delight in it. But it passed the judge completely. It was not his spot. "I am puzzled," said he, in profound thought. "I don't know what to say." Trescott had become repentant. "Don't think I don't appreciate what you say, Judge." "But, of course," responded the judge, quickly. "Of course." "It," began Trescott. "Of course," said the judge. In silence they resumed their dinner. "Well," said the judge, "ultimately, it is hard for a man to know what to do." "It is," said the doctor, fervidly. There was another silence. It was broken by the judge. "Look here, Trescott, I don't want you to think." "No, certainly not," answered the doctor, earnestly. "Well, I don't want you to think I would say anything to. It was only that I thought that I might be able to suggest to you that, perhaps, the affair was a little dubious." With an appearance of suddenly disclosing his real mental perturbation, the doctor said, "Well, what would you do? Would you kill him?" he asked, abruptly and sternly. "Trescott, you fool," said the old man, gently. "Oh, well, I know, Judge, but then," he turned red, and spoke with new violence, "say, he saved my boy, do you see? He saved my boy." "You bet he did," cried the judge, with enthusiasm. "You bet he did." And they remained for a time gazing at each other, their faces illuminated with memories of a certain deed. After another silence, the judge said, "It is hard for a man to know what to do." 12 late one evening Trescott, returning from a professional call, paused his buggy at the Hazenthorpe gate. He tied the mare to the old tin-covered post, and entered the house. Ultimately he appeared with a companion, a man who walked slowly and carefully, as if he were learning. He was wrapped to the heels in an old-fashioned ulster. They entered the buggy and drove away. After a silence only broken by the swift and musical humming of the wheels on the smooth road, Trescott spoke. "Henry," he said, "I've got you a home here with old Alec Williams. You will have everything you want to eat and a good place to sleep, and I hope you will get along there all right. I will pay all your expenses, and come to see you as often as I can. If you don't get along, I want you to let me know as soon as possible, and then we will do what we can to make it better." The dark figure at the doctor's side answered with a cheerful laugh. "These buggy wheels don't look like I washed 'em yesterday, Doct," he said. Trescott hesitated for a moment, and then went on insistently, "I am taking you to Alec Williams, Henry, and I." The figure chuckled again. "No, deed. No, see. Alec Williams don't know a horse. Deed he don't. He don't know a horse from a pig." The laugh that followed was like the rattle of pebbles. Trescott turned and looked sternly and coldly at the dim form in the gloom from the buggy top. "Henry," he said, "I didn't say anything about horses. I was saying, horse." "Horse," said the quavering voice from these near shadows. "Horse. Deed I don't know all about a boss. Deed I don't." There was a satirical chuckle. At the end of 3 miles the mare slackened and the doctor leaned forward, peering, while holding tight reins. The wheels of the buggy bumped often over outcropping boulders. A window shone forth, a simple square of topaz on a great black hillside. 4 dogs charged the buggy with ferocity, and when it did not promptly retreat, they circled courageously around the flanks, baying. A door opened near the window in the hillside, and a man came and stood on a beach of yellow light. "Ya! Ya! You Rover! You Susie! Come ya! Come ya this minute!" Trescott called across the dark sea of grass, "Hello, Alec. Hello. Come down here and show me where to drive." The man plunged from the beach into the surf, and Trescott could then only trace his course by the fervid and polite ejaculations of a host who was somewhere approaching. Presently Williams took the mare by the head, and uttering cries of welcome and scolding the swarming dogs, led the equipage towards the lights. When they halted at the door and Trescott was climbing out, Williams cried, "Will she stand, Doct?" "She'll stand all right, but you better hold her for a minute. Now, Henry." The doctor turned and held both arms to the dark figure. It crawled to him painfully like a man going down a ladder. Williams took the mare away to be tied to a little tree, and when he returned he found them awaiting him in the gloom beyond the rays from the door. He burst out then like a siphon pressed by a nervous thumb. "Henry! Henry, my ol' friend. Well, if I ain't glad. If I ain't glad." Trescott had taken the silent shape by the arm and led it forward into the full revelation of the light. "Well, now, Alec, you can take Henry and put him to bed, and in the morning I will." Near the end of this sentence old Williams had come front to front with Johnson. He gasped for a second, and then yelled the yell of a man stabbed in the heart. For a fraction of a moment Trescott seemed to be looking for epithets. Then he roared, "You old black chump! You old black, shut up! Shut up! Do you hear?" Williams obeyed instantly in the matter of his screams, but he continued in a lowered voice, "Marlowe de Massey. Who'd ever think? Marlowe de Massey." Trescott spoke again in the manner of a commander of a battalion. "Alec." The old Negro again surrendered, but to himself he repeated in a whisper, "Marlowe." He was aghast and trembling. As these 3 points of widening shadows approached the golden doorway, a hale old negress appeared there, bowing. "Good evening, Doct. Good evening. Come in. Come in." She had evidently just retired from a tempestuous struggle to place the room in order, but she was now bowing rapidly. She made the effort of a person swimming. "Don't trouble yourself, Mary," said Trescott, entering. "I've brought Henry for you to take care of, and all you've got to do is to carry out what I tell you." Learning that he was not followed, he faced the door, and said, "Come in, Henry." Johnson entered. "We," shrieked Mrs. Williams. She almost achieved a back somersault. 6 young members of the tribe of Williams made a simultaneous plunge for a position behind the stove, and formed a wailing heap. 13 You know very well that you and your family lived usually on less than $3 a week, and now that Dr. Trescott pays you $5 a week for Johnson's board, you live like millionaires. You haven't done a stroke of work since Johnson began to board with you, everybody knows that, and so what are you kicking about?" The judge sat in his chair on the porch, fondling his cane, and gazing down at old Williams, who stood under the lilac bushes. "Yes, I know, Judge," said the Negro, wagging his head in a puzzled manner. "Tinty like as if I didn't appreciate what the doc done, but, well, yesy, Judge," he added, gaining a new impetus, it's hard work. This ol' man nev did work so hard. Lord, no. Don't talk such nonsense, Alec, spoke the judge, sharply. You have never really worked in your life, anyhow, enough to support a family of sparrows, and now when you are in a more prosperous condition than ever before, you come around talking like an old fool. The Negro began to scratch his head. "Yesy, Judge," he said at last, "my Ollerman she can't receive no lady callers, nohow." "Hang lady callers," said the judge, irascibly. "If you have flour in the barrel and meat in the pot, your wife can get along without receiving lady callers, can't she?" "But they won't come anyhow," Judge, replied Williams, with an air of still deeper stupefaction. "None o' my wife's friends none o' my friends ll come near my residence." "Well, let them stay home if they are such silly people." The old Negro seemed to be seeking a way to elude this argument, but evidently finding none, he was about to shuffle meekly off. He halted, however. "Jidge," said he, "Mar Olomans near driv abstracted." "Your old woman is an idiot," responded the judge. Williams came very close and peered solemnly through a branch of lilac. "Judge," he whispered, "the chillins. What about them?" Dropping his voice to funereal depths, Williams said, They can't eat." "Can't eat," scoffed the judge, loudly. "Can't eat. You must think I am as big an old fool as you are. Can't eat, the little rascals. What's to prevent them from eating?" In answer, Williams said, with mournful emphasis, "Henry." Moved with a kind of satisfaction at his tragic use of the name, he remained staring at the judge for a sign of its effect. The judge made a gesture of irritation. "Come, now, you old scoundrel, don't beat around the bush any more. What are you up to? What do you want? Speak out like a man, and don't give me any more of this tiresome rigmarole." "I ain't beatin' round 'bout nothing," Jidge, replied Williams, indignantly. "No, see, I say what I got to say right out." "'Deed I do." "Well, say it, then." Jidge began. The Negro, taking off his hat and switching his knee with it, "Lord knows I do jays 'bout as much fer $5 a week as any Culdee man, but this yer business is awful, Jidge. I reckon ain't been no sleep in my house since Doc done fetch him." "Well, what do you propose to do about it?" Williams lifted his eyes from the ground and gazed off through the trees. "Reckon I got good appetite, and sleep jays like a dog, but he's done broke me all up. Tain't he no good, nohow. I wake up in the night, I hear him, meb, whimperin' and whimperin', and I sneak until I try do to see if he locked in. And he keep me puzzlin' and quakin' all night long. Don't know how'll do in winter. Can't let him out where chillin' is. He'll done freeze where he is now." Williams spoke these sentences as if he were talking to himself. After a silence of deep reflection he continued, "Folks go round saying he ain't Henry Johnson at all. They say he's a devil." "What?" cried the judge. "Yes," repeated Williams, in tones of injury, as if his veracity had been challenged. "Yes. I'm telling it to ye straight, Jidge. Plenty Culdee people folks up my way say it is a devil." "Well, you don't think so yourself, do you?" "No. Tain't he no devil. It's Henry Johnson." "Well, then, what is the matter with you? You don't care what a lot of foolish people say. Go on tending to your business, and pay no attention to such idle nonsense." "'Tis nonsense, Jidge, but he looks like a devil." "What do you care what he looks like?" demanded the judge. "My rent is $2.50 a month," said Williams, slowly. "It might just as well be $10,000 a month," responded the judge. You never pay it, anyhow. Then, another thing, continued Williams, in his reflective tone. If he was all right in his head I could stand it, but, Jidge, he's crazier 'en a loon. Then when he looks like a devil, and done scares all ma friends away, and ma chillins can't eat, and ma ole Jay's raisin cane all the time, and ma rent $2.50 a month, and him not right in his head, it seems like $5 a week. The judge's stick came down sharply and suddenly upon the floor of the porch. There, he said, I thought that was what you were driving at. Williams began swinging his head from side to side in the strange racial mannerism. Now hold on a minute, Jidge, he said, defensively. Tain't he like as if I didn't appreciate what the doc done? Tain't he that? Doc Trescott is a kind man, and tain't he like as if I didn't appreciate what he done, but what? You are getting painful, Alec. Now tell me this, did you ever have $5 a week regularly before in your life? Williams at once drew himself up with great dignity, but in the pause after that question he drooped gradually to another attitude. In the end he answered, heroically, no, Jidge, I ain't. And tain't he like as if I was saying $5 wasn't a lot of money for a man like me. But, Jidge, what a man ought to get for this kind of a kizzer salary. Yes, Jidge, he repeated, with a great impressive gesture, for this kind of a man ought to get a salary. He laid a terrible emphasis upon the final word. The judge laughed. I know Dr. Trescott's mind concerning this affair, Alec, and if you are dissatisfied with your boarder, he is quite ready to move him to some other place, so, if you care to leave word with me that you are tired of the arrangement and wish it changed, he will come and take Johnson away. Williams scratched his head again in deep perplexity. $5 is a big price for Bodie, but tain't he no big price for the body of a crazy man, he said, finally. What do you think you ought to get? Asked the judge. Well, answered Alec, in the manner of one deep in a balancing of the scales, he looks like a devil, and done scares everybody, and ma chillins can't he eat, and I can't he sleep, and he ain't right in his head, and you told me all those things. After scratching his wool, and beating his knee with his hat, and gazing off through the trees and down at the ground, Williams said, as he kicked nervously at the gravel, well, Jidge, I think it is worth, he stuttered. Worth what? $6, answered Williams, in a desperate outburst. The judge lay back in his great armchair and went through all the motions of a man laughing heartily, but he made no sound save a slight cough. Williams had been watching him with apprehension. Well, said the judge, do you call $6 a salary? No, promptly responded Williams. Tain't he a salary? No, deed. Tain't he a salary? He looked with some anger upon the man who questioned his intelligence in this way. Well, supposing your children can't eat? And supposing he looks like a devil? And supposing all those things continue? Would you be satisfied with $6 a week? Recollections seemed to throng in Williams's mind at these interrogations, and he answered dubiously. Of course he a man who ain't right in his head, and looks like a devil, but $6. After these two attempts at a sentence, Williams suddenly appeared as an orator, with a great shiny palm waving in the air. I tell ya, Chidge, $6 is $6, but if I get $6 for boding Henry Johnson, I uns it. I uns it. I don't doubt that you earn $6 for every week's work you do, said the judge. Well, if I body Henry Johnson for $6 a week, I uns it. I uns it, cried Williams, wildly. If I get $6 for boding Henry Johnson, I uns it. 14. Reef Snyder's assistant had gone to his supper, and the owner of the shop was trying to placate four men who wished to be shaved at once. Reef Snyder was very garrulous, a fact which made him rather remarkable among barbers, who, as a class, are austerely speechless, having been taught silence by the hammering reiteration of a tradition. It is the customers who talk in the ordinary event. As Reef Snyder waved his razor down the cheek of a man in the chair, he turned often to cool the impatience of the others with pleasant talk, which they did not particularly heed. Oh, he should have let him die, said Bainbridge, a railway engineer, finally replying to one of the barber's orations. Shut up, Reef, and go on with your business. Instead, Reef Snyder paused shaving entirely, and turned to front the speaker. Let him die, he demanded. How was that? How can you let a man die? By letting him die, you chump, said the engineer. The others laughed a little, and Reef Snyder turned at once to his work, sullenly, as a man overwhelmed by the derision of numbers. How was that? He grumbled later. How can you let a man die when he was done so much for you? When he was done so much for you, repeated Bainbridge. You better shave some people. How was that? Maybe this ain't a barber shop. A man hitherto silent now said, if I had been the doctor, I would have done the same thing. Of course, said Reef Snyder. Any man would do it. Any man that was not like you, you old, flint-hearted fish. He had sought the final words with painful care, and he delivered the collection triumphantly at Bainbridge. The engineer laughed. The man in the chair now lifted himself higher, while Reef Snyder began an elaborate ceremony of anointing and combing his hair. Now free to join comfortably in the talk, the man said, they say he is the most terrible thing in the world. Young Johnny Bernard, that drives the grocery wagon, saw him up at Alec Williams's shanty, and he says he couldn't eat anything for 2 days. Gee, said Reef Snyder. Well, what makes him so terrible? Asked another. Because he hasn't got any face, replied the barber and the engineer in duct. Hasn't got any face, repeated the man. How can he do without any face? He has no face in the front of his head. In the place where his face ought to grow. Bainbridge sang these lines pathetically as he arose and hung his hat on a hook. The man in the chair was about to abdicate in his favor. "Get a gate on you now," he said to Reef Snyder. "I go out at 7:31. As the barber foamed the lather on the cheeks of the engineer, he seemed to be thinking heavily. Then suddenly he burst out. "How would you like to be with no face?" he cried to the assemblage. "Oh, if I had to have a face like yours," answered one customer. Bainbridge's voice came from a sea of lather. "You're kicking because if losing faces became popular, you'd have to go out of business." "I don't think it will become so much popular," said Reef Snyder. "Not if it's got to be taken off in the way his was taken off," said another man. "I'd rather keep mine, if you don't mind." "I guess so," cried the barber. "Just think. The shaving of Bainbridge had arrived at a time of comparative liberty for him. "I wonder what the doctor says to himself," he observed. "He may be sorry he made him live." "It was the only thing he could do," replied a man. The others seemed to agree with him. "Supposing you were in his place," said one, "and Johnson had saved your kid. What would you do?" "Certainly. Of course. You would do anything on earth for him. You'd take all the trouble in the world for him. And spend your last dollar on him. Well, then. I wonder how it feels to be without any face," said Reef Snyder, musingly. The man who had previously spoken, feeling that he had expressed himself well, repeated the whole thing. "You would do anything on earth for him. You'd take all the trouble in the world for him. And spend your last dollar on him. Well, then." "No, but look," said Reef Snyder, "supposing you don't got a face." 15 As soon as Williams was hidden from the view of the old judge, he began to gesture and talk to himself. An elation had evidently penetrated to his vitals, and caused him to dilate as if he had been filled with gas. He snapped his fingers in the air, and whistled fragments of triumphal music. At times, in his progress towards his shanty, he indulged in a shuffling movement that was really a dance. It was to be learned from the intermediate monologue that he had emerged from his trials laureled and proud. He was the unconquerable Alexander Williams. Nothing could exceed the bold self-reliance of his manner. His kingly stride, his heroic song, the derisive flourish of his hands, all betokened a man who had successfully defied the world. On his way he saw Zeke Patterson coming to town. They hailed each other at a distance of 50 yards. "How do, Broth Patterson?" "How do, Broth Williams?" They were both deacons. "Is you folks well, Broth Patterson?" "Middlin', middlin'." "How's you folks, Broth Williams?" Neither of them had slowed his pace in the smallest degree. They had simply begun this talk when a considerable space separated them, continued it as they passed, and added polite questions as they drifted steadily apart. Williams's mind seemed to be a balloon. He had been so inflated that he had not noticed that Patterson had definitely shied into the dry ditch as they came to the point of ordinary contact. Afterwards, as he went a lonely way, he burst out again in song and pantomimic celebration of his estate. His feet moved in prancing steps. When he came in sight of his cabin, the fields were bathed in a blue dusk, and the light in the window was pale. Cavorting and gesticulating, he gazed joyfully for some moments upon this light. Then suddenly another idea seemed to attack his mind, and he stopped, with an air of being suddenly dampened. In the end he approached his home as if it were the fortress of an enemy. Some dogs disputed his advance for a loud moment, and then discovering their lord, slunk away embarrassed. His reproaches were addressed to them in muffled tones. Arriving at the door, he pushed it open with the timidity of a new thief. He thrust his head cautiously sideways, and his eyes met the eyes of his wife, who sat by the table, the lamplight defining a half of her face. "Pshaw," he said, uselessly. His glance traveled swiftly to the inner door which shielded the one-bed chamber. The pickaninnies, strewn upon the floor of the living room, were softly snoring. After a hearty meal they had promptly dispersed themselves about the place and gone to sleep. "Pshaw," said Williams again to his motionless and silent wife. He had allowed only his head to appear. His wife, with one hand upon the edge of the table and the other at her knee, was regarding him with wide eyes and parted lips as if he were a spectre. She looked to be one who was living in terror, and even the familiar face at the door had thrilled her because it had come suddenly. Williams broke the tense silence. "Is he all right?" he whispered, waving his eyes towards the inner door. Following his glance timorously, his wife nodded, and in a low tone answered, "I reckon he's done gone to sleep." Williams then slunk noiselessly across his threshold. He lifted a chair, and with infinite care placed it so that it faced the dreaded inner door. His wife moved slightly, so as to also squarely face it. A silence came upon them in which they seemed to be waiting for a calamity, pealing and deadly. Williams finally coughed behind his hand. His wife started, and looked upon him in alarm. "'Pears like he done gwine keep quiet tonight," he breathed. They continually pointed their speech and their looks at the inner door, paying it the homage due to a corpse or a phantom. Another long stillness followed this sentence. Their eyes shone white and wide. A wagon rattled down the distant road. From their chairs they looked at the window, and the effect of the light in the cabin was a presentation of an intensely black and solemn night. The old woman adopted the attitude used always in church at funerals. At times she seemed to be upon the point of breaking out in prayer. "He mighty quiet ternight," whispered Williams. "Was he good terday?" For answer his wife raised her eyes to the ceiling in the supplication of Job. Williams moved restlessly. Finally he tiptoed to the door. He knelt slowly and without a sound, and placed his ear near the keyhole. Hearing a noise behind him, he turned quickly. His wife was staring at him aghast. She stood in front of the stove, and her arms were spread out in the natural movement to protect all her sleeping ducklings. but Williams arose without having touched the door. "I reckon he asleep," he said, fingering his wool. He debated with himself for some time. During this interval his wife remained, a great fat statue of a mother shielding her children. It was plain that his mind was swept suddenly by a wave of temerity. With a sounding step he moved towards the door. His fingers were almost upon the knob when he swiftly ducked and dodged away, clapping his hands to the back of his head. It was as if the portal had threatened him. There was a little tumult near the stove, where Mrs. Williams's desperate retreat had involved her feet with the prostrate children. After the panic Williams bore traces of a feeling of shame. He returned to the charge. He firmly grasped the knob with his left hand, and with his other hand turned the key in the lock. He pushed the door, and as it swung portentously open he sprang nimbly to one side like the fearful slave liberating the lion. Near the stove a group had formed, the terror-stricken mother, with her arms stretched, and the aroused children clinging frenziedly to her skirts. The light streamed after the swinging door, and disclosed a room 6 feet one way and 6 feet the other way. It was small enough to enable the radiance to lay it plain. Williams peered warily around the corner made by the doorpost. Suddenly he advanced, retired, and advanced again with a howl. His palsied family had expected him to spring backward, and at his howl they heaped themselves wondrously. But Williams simply stood in the little room emitting his howls before an open window. "He's gone. He's gone. He's gone." His eye and his hand had speedily proved the fact. He had even thrown open a little cupboard. Presently he came flying out. He grabbed his hat, and hurled the outer door back upon its hinges. Then he tumbled headlong into the night. He was yelling, "Dr. Trescott! Dr. Trescott!" He ran wildly through the fields, and galloped in the direction of town. He continued to call to Trescott, as if the latter was within easy hearing. It was as if Trescott was poised in the contemplative sky over the running Negro, and could heed this reaching voice, "Dr. Trescott." In the cabin, Mrs. Williams, supported by relays from the battalion of children, stood quaking watch until the truth of daylight came as a reinforcement and made the arrogant, strutting, swashbuckler children, and a mother who proclaimed her illimitable courage. The door swung portentously open. 16 Teresa Page was giving a party. It was the outcome of a long series of arguments addressed to her mother, which had been overheard in part by her father. He had at last said 5 words, "Oh, let her have it." The mother had then gladly capitulated. Teresa had written 19 invitations, and distributed them at recess to her schoolmates. Later her mother had composed 5 large cakes, and still later a vast amount of lemonade. So the 9 little girls and the 10 little boys sat quite primly in the dining room, while Teresa and her mother plied them with cake and lemonade, and also with ice cream. This primness sat now quite strangely upon them. It was owing to the presence of Mrs. Page. Previously in the parlor alone with their games they had overturned a chair, the boys had let more or less of their hoodlum spirit shine forth. But when circumstances could be possibly magnified to warrant it, the girls made the boys victims of an insufferable pride, snubbing them mercilessly. So in the dining room they resembled a class at Sunday school, if it were not for the subterranean smiles, gestures, rebuffs, and poutings which stamped the affair as a children's party. 2 little girls of this subdued gathering were planted in a settle with their backs to the broad window. They were beaming lovingly upon each other with an effect of scorning the boys. Hearing a noise behind her at the window, one little girl turned to face it. Instantly she screamed and sprang away, covering her face with her hands. "What was it? What was it?" cried everyone in a roar. Some slight movement of the eyes of the weeping and shuddering child informed the company that she had been frightened by an appearance at the window. At once they all faced the imperturbable window, and for a moment there was a silence. An astute lad made an immediate census of the other lads. The prank of slipping out and looming spectrally at a window was too venerable. But the little boys were all present and astonished. As they recovered their minds they uttered warlike cries, and through a side door sallied rapidly out against the terror. They vied with each other in daring. None wished particularly to encounter a dragon in the darkness of the garden, but there could be no faltering when the fair ones in the dining room were present. Calling to each other in stern voices, they went dragooning over the lawn, attacking the shadows with ferocity, but still with the caution of reasonable beings. They found, however, nothing new to the peace of the night. Of course there was a lad who told a great lie. He described a grim figure, bending low and slinking off along the fence. He gave a number of details, rendering his lie more splendid by a repetition of certain forms which he recalled from romances. For instance, he insisted that he had heard the creature emit a hollow laugh. Inside the house the little girl who had raised the alarm was still shuddering and weeping. With the utmost difficulty was she brought to a state approximating calmness by Mrs. Page. Then she wanted to go home at once. Page entered the house at this time. He had exiled himself until he concluded that this children's party was finished and gone. He was obliged to escort the little girl home because she screamed again when they opened the door and she saw the knight. She was not coherent even to her mother. Was it a man? She didn't know. It was simply a thing, a dreadful thing. 17 In Watermelon Alley. The Farraguts were spending their evening as usual on the little rickety porch. Sometimes they howled gossip to other people on other rickety porches. The thin wail of a baby arose from a near house. A man had a terrific altercation with his wife, to which the alley paid no attention at all. There appeared suddenly before the Farraguts a monster making a low and sweeping bow. There was an instant's pause, and then occurred something that resembled the effect of an upheaval of the earth's surface. The old woman hurled herself backward with a dreadful cry. Young Sim had been perched gracefully on a railing. At sight of the monster he simply fell over it to the ground. He made no sound, his eyes stuck out, his nerveless hands tried to grapple the rail to prevent a tumble, and then he vanished. Bella, blubbering, and with her hair suddenly and mysteriously disheveled, was crawling on her hands and knees fearsomely up the steps. Standing before this wreck of a family gathering, the monster continued to bow. It even raised a deprecatory claw. "Don't make no botheration 'bout me, Miss F.A. Gut," it said, politely. "No, deed. I just drap inter ax if you're well this evening, Miss F.A. Gut. Don't make no botheration. No, deed. I gwine ax you to go to a dance with me, Miss F.A. Gut. I ax you if I can have the magnificent gratitude of you company on that occasion, Miss F.A. Gut." The girl cast a miserable glance behind her. She was still crawling away. On the ground beside the porch young Sim raised a strange bleat, which expressed both his fright and his lack of wind. Presently the monster, with a fashionable amble, ascended the steps after the girl. She grovelled in a corner of the room as the creature took a chair. It seated itself very elegantly on the edge. It held an old cap in both hands. "Don't make no botheration, Miss F.A. Gut. Don't make no botherations. No, deed. I just drap inter ax you if you wun do me the proud of acceptin' my humble invitation to a dance, Miss F.A. Gut." She shielded her eyes with her arms and tried to crawl past it, but the genial monster blocked the way. "I just drap inter ax you 'bout a dance, Miss F.A. Gut. I ax you if I can have the magnificent gratitude of you company on that occasion, Miss F.A. Gut." In a last outbreak of despair, the girl, shuddering and wailing, threw herself face downward on the floor, while the monster sat on the edge of the chair gabbling courteous invitations, and holding the old hat daintily to his stomach. At the back of the house, Mrs. Farragut, who was of enormous weight, and who for 8 years had done little more than sit in an armchair and describe her various ailments, had with speed and agility scaled a high board fence. Mrs. Farragut 18. The black mass in the middle of Trescott's property was hardly allowed to cool before the builders were at work on another house. It had sprung upward at a fabulous rate. It was like a magical composition born of the ashes. The doctor's office was the first part to be completed, and he had already moved in his new books and instruments and medicines. Trescott sat before his desk when the chief of police arrived. "Well, we found him," said the latter. "Did you?" cried the doctor. "Where?" "Shambling around the streets at daylight this morning. I'll be blamed if I can figure on where he passed the night." "Where is he now?" "Oh, we jugged him. I didn't know what else to do with him." "That's what I want you to tell me. Of course we can't keep him. No charge could be made, you know. I'll come down and get him." The official grinned retrospectively. "Must say he had a fine career while he was out. First thing he did was to break up a children's party at Page's. Then he went to Watermelon Alley. Woo! He stampeded the whole outfit. Men, women, and children running pell-mell, and yelling. They say one old woman broke her leg, or something, shinning over a fence. Then he went right out on the main street, and an Irish girl threw a fit, and there was a sort of a riot. He began to run, and a big crowd chased him, firing rocks. But he gave them the slip somehow down there by the foundry and in the railroad yard. We looked for him all night, but couldn't find him. Was he hurt any? Did anybody hit him with a stone? Guess there isn't much of him to hurt anymore, is there? Guess he's been hurt up to the limit. No. They never touched him. Of course nobody really wanted to hit him, but you know how a crowd gets. It's like, yes, I know. For a moment the chief of the police looked reflectively at the floor. Then he spoke hesitatingly. You know Jake Winter's little girl was the one that he scared at the party. She is pretty sick, they say. Is she? Why, they didn't call me. I always attend the Winter family. No. Didn't they? Asked the chief, slowly. Well, you know, Winter has gone clean crazy over this business. He wanted to have you arrested. Have me arrested? The idiot. What in the name of wonder could he have me arrested for? Of course. He is a fool. I told him to keep his trap shut. But then you know how he'll go all over town yapping about the thing. I thought I'd better tip you. Oh, he is of no consequence, but then, of course, I'm obliged to you, Sam. That's all right. Well, you'll be down tonight and take him out, eh? You'll get a good welcome from the jailer. He don't like his job for a cent. He says you can have your man whenever you want him. He's got no use for him. But what is this business of Winter's about having me arrested? Oh, it's a lot of chin about your having no right to allow this man to be at large. But I told him to tend to his own business. Only I thought I'd better let you know. And I might as well say right now, Doctor, that there is a good deal of talk about this thing. If I were you, I'd come to the jail pretty late at night, because there is likely to be a crowd around the door, and I'd bring a mask, or some kind of a veil, anyhow. 19 Martha Goodwin was single, and well along into the thin years. She lived with her married sister in Whilomville. She performed nearly all the housework in exchange for the privilege of existence. Everyone tacitly recognized her labor as a form of penance for the early end of her betrothed, who had died of smallpox, which he had not caught from her. But despite the strenuous and unceasing workaday of her life, she was a woman of great mind. She had adamantine opinions upon the situation in Armenia, the condition of women in China, the flirtation between Mrs. Minster of Niagara Avenue and young Griscom, the conflict in the Bible class of the Baptist Sunday School, the duty of the United States towards the Cuban insurgents, and many other colossal matters. Her fullest experience of violence was gained on an occasion when she had seen a hound clubbed, but in the plan which she had made for the reform of the world she advocated drastic measures. For instance, she contended that all the Turks should be pushed into the sea and drowned, and that Mrs. Minster and young Griscom should be hanged side by side on twin gallows. In fact, this woman of peace, who had seen only peace, argued constantly for a creed of illimitable ferocity. She was invulnerable on these questions, because eventually she overrode all opponents with a sniff. This sniff was an active force. It was to her antagonists like a bang over the head, and none was known to recover from this expression of exalted contempt. It left them windless and conquered. They never again came forward as candidates for suppression. And Martha walked her kitchen with a stern brow, an invincible being like Napoleon. Nevertheless her acquaintances, from the pain of their defeats, had been long in secret revolt. It was in no wise a conspiracy, because they did not care to state their open rebellion, but nevertheless it was understood that any woman who could not coincide with one of Martha's contentions was entitled to the support of others in the small circle. It amounted to an arrangement by which all were required to disbelieve any theory for which Martha fought. This, however, did not prevent them from speaking of her mind with profound respect. Two people bore the brunt of her ability. Her sister Kate was visibly afraid of her, while Carrie Dungeon sailed across from her kitchen to sit respectfully at Martha's feet and learn the business of the world. To be sure, afterwards, under another sun, she always laughed at Martha and pretended to deride her ideas, but in the presence of the sovereign she always remained silent or admiring. Kate, the sister, was of no consequence at all. Her principal delusion was that she did all the work in the upstairs rooms of the house, while Martha did it downstairs. The truth was seen only by the husband, who treated Martha with a kindness that was half banter, half deference. Martha herself had no suspicion that she was the only pillar of the domestic edifice. The situation was without definitions. Martha made definitions, but she devoted them entirely to the Armenians and Griscom and the Chinese and other subjects. Her dreams, which in early days had been of love of meadows and the shade of trees, of the face of a man, were now involved otherwise, and they were companioned in the kitchen curiously: Cuba, the hot water kettle, Armenia, the washing of the dishes, and the whole thing being jumbled. In regard to social misdemeanors, she who was simply the mausoleum of a dead passion was probably the most savage critic in town. This unknown woman, hidden in a kitchen as in a well, was sure to have a considerable effect of the one kind or the other in the life of the town. Every time it moved a yard, she had personally contributed an inch. She could hammer so stoutly upon the door of a proposition that it would break from its hinges and fall upon her, but at any rate it moved. She was an engine, and the fact that she did not know that she was an engine contributed largely to the effect. One reason that she was formidable was that she did not even imagine that she was formidable. She remained a weak, innocent, and pig-headed creature, who alone would defy the universe if she thought the universe merited this proceeding. One day Carrie Dungeon came across from her kitchen with speed. She had a great deal of grist. "Oh," she cried, "Henry Johnson got away from where they was keeping him, and came to town last night, and scared everybody almost to death." Martha was shining a dishpan, polishing madly. No reasonable person could see cause for this operation, because the pan already glistened like silver. "Well," she ejaculated. She imparted to the word a deep meaning. "This, my prophecy, has come to pass." It was a habit. The overplus of information was choking Carrie. Before she could go on, she was obliged to struggle for a moment. "And, oh, little Sadie Winter is awful sick, and they say Jake Winter was around this morning trying to get Dr. Trescott arrested. And poor old Mrs. Farragut sprained her ankle in trying to climb a fence. And there's a crowd around the jail all the time. They put Henry in jail because they didn't know what else to do with him, I guess. They say he is perfectly terrible." Martha finally released the dishpan and confronted the headlong speaker. "Well," she said again, poising a great brown rag. Kate had heard the excited newcomer, and drifted down from the novel in her room. She was a shivery little woman. Her shoulder blades seemed to be two panes of ice, for she was constantly shrugging and shrugging. "Serves him right if he was to lose all his patience," she said suddenly, in bloodthirsty tones. She snipped her words out as if her lips were scissors. "Well, he's likely to," shouted Carrie Dungeon. "Don't a lot of people say that they won't have him anymore? If you're sick and nervous, Dr. Trescott would scare the life out of you, wouldn't he?" "He would me. I'd keep thinking." Martha, stalking to and fro, sometimes surveyed the two other women with a contemplative frown. After the return from Connecticut, little Jimmy was at first much afraid of the monster who lived in the room over the carriage house. He could not identify it in any way. Gradually, however, his fear dwindled under the influence of a weird fascination. He sidled into closer and closer relations with it. One time the monster was seated on a box behind the stable basking in the rays of the afternoon sun. A heavy crepe veil was swathed about its head. Little Jimmy and many companions came around the corner of the stable. They were all in what was popularly known as the baby class, and consequently escaped from school a half hour before the other children. They halted abruptly at sight of the figure on the box. Jimmy waved his hand with the air of a proprietor. "There he is," he said. "Oh, oh, oh," murmured all the little boys, "oh, oh, oh." They shrank back, and grouped according to courage or experience, as at the sound the monster slowly turned its head. Jimmy had remained in the van alone. "Don't be afraid. I won't let him hurt you," he said, delighted. "Ha," they replied, contemptuously. "We ain't afraid." Jimmy seemed to reap all the joys of the owner and exhibitor of one of the world's marvels, while his audience remained at a distance, awed and entranced, fearful and envious. One of them addressed Jimmy gloomily. Bet you dasn't walk right up to him. He was an older boy than Jimmy, and habitually oppressed him to a small degree. This new social elevation of the smaller lad probably seemed revolutionary to him. "Ha," said Jimmy, with deep scorn. "Dasn't I? Dasn't I, hey? Dasn't I?" The group was immensely excited. It turned its eyes upon the boy that Jimmy addressed. "No, you dasn't," he said, stolidly, facing a moral defeat. He could see that Jimmy was resolved. "No, you dasn't," he repeated, doggedly. "Ho!" cried Jimmy. You just watch, you just watch." Amid a silence he turned and marched towards the monster. But possibly the palpable wariness of his companions had an effect upon him that weighed more than his previous experience, for suddenly, when near to the monster, he halted dubiously. But his playmates immediately uttered a derisive shout, and it seemed to force him forward. He went to the monster and laid his hand delicately on its shoulder. "Hello, Henry," he said, in a voice that trembled a trifle. The monster was crooning a weird line of Negro melody that was scarcely more than a thread of sound, and it paid no heed to the boy. Jimmy strutted back to his companions. They acclaimed him and hooted his opponent. Amid this clamor the larger boy with difficulty preserved a dignified attitude. "I dasn't I," said Jimmy to him. "Now, you're so smart, let's see you do it." This challenge brought forth renewed taunts from the others. The larger boy puffed out his checks. "Well, I ain't afraid," he explained, sullenly. He had made a mistake in diplomacy, and now his small enemies were tumbling his prestige all about his ears. They crowed like roosters and bleated like lambs, and made many other noises which were supposed to bury him in ridicule and dishonor. "Well, I ain't afraid," he continued to explain through the din. Jimmy, the hero of the mob, was pitiless. "You ain't afraid, hey?" he sneered. "If you ain't afraid, go do it, then." "Well, I would if I wanted to," the other retorted. His eyes wore an expression of profound misery, but he preserved steadily other portions of a pot valiant air. He suddenly faced one of his persecutors. "If you're so smart, why don't you go do it?" This persecutor sank promptly through the group to the rear. The incident gave the badgered one a breathing spell, and for a moment even turned the derision in another direction. He took advantage of his interval. "I'll do it if anybody else will," he announced, swaggering to and fro. Candidates for the adventure did not come forward. To defend themselves from this countercharge, the other boys again set up their crowing and bleating. For a while they would hear nothing from him. Each time he opened his lips their chorus of noises made oratory impossible. But at last he was able to repeat that he would volunteer to dare as much in the affair as any other boy. "Well, you go first," they shouted. But Jimmy intervened to once more lead the populace against the large boy. "You're mighty brave, ain't you?" he said to him. You dared me to do it, and I did, didn't I? Now who's afraid? The others cheered this view loudly, and they instantly resumed the baiting of the large boy. He shamefacedly scratched his left shin with his right foot. Well, I ain't afraid. He cast an eye at the monster. Well, I ain't afraid. With a glare of hatred at his squalling tormentors, he finally announced a grim intention. Well, I'll do it, then, since you're so fresh. Now. The mob subsided as with a formidable countenance he turned towards the impassive figure on the box. The advance was also a regular progression from high daring to craven hesitation. At last, when some yards from the monster, the lad came to a full halt, as if he had encountered a stone wall. The observant little boys in the distance promptly hooted. Stung again by these cries, the lad sneaked 2 yards forward. He was crouched like a young cat ready for a backward spring. The crowd at the rear, beginning to respect this display, uttered some encouraging cries. Suddenly the lad gathered himself together, made a white and desperate rush forward, touched the monster's shoulder with a far outstretched finger, and sped away, while his laughter rang out wild, shrill, and exultant. The crowd of boys reverenced him at once, and began to throng into his camp, and look at him, and be his admirers. Jimmy was discomfited for a moment, but he and the larger boy, without agreement or word of any kind, seemed to recognize a truce, and they swiftly combined and began to parade before the others. Why, it's just as easy as nothing, puffed the larger boy. Ain't it, Jim? Course blew Jimmy. Why, it's as easy. They were people of another class. If they had been decorated for courage on 12 battlefields, they could not have made the other boys more ashamed of the situation. Meanwhile they condescended to explain the emotions of the excursion, expressing unqualified contempt for anyone who could hang back. Why, it ain't nothing. He won't do nothing to you, they told the others, in tones of exasperation. One of the very smallest boys in the party showed signs of a wistful desire to distinguish himself, and they turned their attention to him, pushing at his shoulders while he swung away from them, and hesitated dreamily. He was eventually induced to make furtive expedition, but it was only for a few yards. Then he paused, motionless, gazing with open mouth. The vociferous entreaties of Jimmy and the large boy had no power over him. Mrs. Hannigan had come out on her back porch with a pail of water. From this coign she had a view of the secluded portion of the Trescott grounds that was behind the stable. She perceived the group of boys, and the monster on the box. She shaded her eyes with her hand to benefit her vision. She screeched then as if she was being murdered. Eddie! Eddie! You come home this minute! Her son querulously demanded, or, what for? You come home this minute! Do you hear? The other boys seemed to think this visitation upon one of their number required them to preserve for a time the hangdog air of a collection of culprits, and they remained in guilty silence until the little Hannigan, wrathfully protesting, was pushed through the door of his home. Mrs. Hannigan cast a piercing glance over the group, stared with a bitter face at the Trescott house, as if this new and handsome edifice was insulting her, and then followed her son. There was wavering in the party. An inroad by one mother always caused them to carefully sweep the horizon to see if there were more coming. "This is my yard," said Jimmy, proudly. "We don't have to go home." The monster on the box had turned its black crepe countenance towards the sky, and was waving its arms in time to a religious chant. "Look at him now!" cried a little boy. They turned, and were transfixed by the solemnity and mystery of the indefinable gestures. The wail of the melody was mournful and slow. They drew back. It seemed to spellbind them with the power of a funeral. They were so absorbed that they did not hear the doctor's buggy drive up to the stable. Trescott got out, tied his horse, and approached the group. Jimmy saw him first, and at his look of dismay the others wheeled. "What's all this, Jimmy?" asked Trescott, in surprise. The lad advanced to the front of his companions, halted, and said nothing. Trescott's face gloomed slightly as he scanned the scene. "What were you doing, Jimmy?" "We was playing," answered Jimmy, huskily. "Playing at what?" "Just playing." Trescott looked gravely at the other boys, and asked them to please go home. They proceeded to the street much in the manner of frustrated and revealed assassins. The crime of trespass on another boy's place was still a crime when they had only accepted the other boy's cordial invitation, and they were used to being sent out of all manner of gardens upon the sudden appearance of a father or a mother. Jimmy had wretchedly watched the departure of his companions. It involved the loss of his position as a lad who controlled the privileges of his father's grounds, but then he knew that in the beginning he had no right to ask so many boys to be his guests. Once on the sidewalk, however, they speedily forgot their shame as trespassers, and the large boy launched forth in a description of his success in the late trial of courage. As they went rapidly up the street, the little boy who had made the furtive expedition cried out confidently from the rear, "Yes, and I went almost up to him, didn't I, Willie?" The large boy crushed him in a few words. "Ha," he scoffed. "You only went a little way. I went clear up to him." The pace of the other boys was so manly that the tiny thing had to trot, and he remained at the rear, getting entangled in their legs in his attempts to reach the front rank and become of some importance, dodging this way and that way, and always piping out his little claim to glory. "XXI by the way, Grace," said Trescott, looking into the dining room from his office door, "I wish you would send Jimmy to me before school time." When Jimmy came, he advanced so quietly that Trescott did not at first note him. "Oh," he said, wheeling from a cabinet, "here you are, young man." "Yes, sir." Trescott dropped into his chair and tapped the desk with a thoughtful finger. "Jimmy, what were you doing in the back garden yesterday, you and the other boys?" to Henry. "We weren't doing anything, Pa." Trescott looked sternly into the raised eyes of his son. Are you sure you were not annoying him in any way? Now what were you doing, exactly? Why, now, Willie Diesel said I dasn't go right up to him, and I did, and then he did, and then, the other boys were afraid, and then, you comed. Trescott groaned deeply. His countenance was so clouded in sorrow that the lad, bewildered by the mystery of it, burst suddenly forth in dismal lamentations. There. Don't cry, Jim, said Trescott, going round the desk. Only, he sat in a great leather reading chair, and took the boy on his knee. Only I want to explain to you. After Jimmy had gone to school, and as Trescott was about to start on his round of morning calls, a message arrived from Dr. Moser. It set forth that the latter's sister was dying in the old homestead, 20 miles away up the valley, and asked Trescott to care for his patients for the day at least. There was also in the envelope a little history of each case and of what had already been done. Trescott replied to the messenger that he would gladly assent to the arrangement. He noted that the first name on Moser's list was Winter, but this did not seem to strike him as an important fact. When its turn came, he rang the Winter bell. "Good morning, Mrs. Winter," he said, cheerfully, as the door was opened. "Dr. Moser has been obliged to leave town today, and he has asked me to come in his stead. How is the little girl this morning?" Mrs. Winter had regarded him in stony surprise. At last she said, "Come in. I'll see my husband." She bolted into the house. Trescott entered the hall, and turned to the left into the sitting room. Presently Winter shuffled through the door. His eyes flashed towards Trescott. He did not betray any desire to advance far into the room. "What do you want?" he said. "What do I want? What do I want?" repeated Trescott, lifting his head suddenly. He had heard an utterly new challenge in the night of the jungle. "Yes, that's what I want to know," snapped Winter. "What do you want?" Trescott was silent for a moment. He consulted Moser's memoranda. "I see that your little girl's case is a trifle serious," he remarked. "I would advise you to call a physician soon. I will leave you a copy of Dr. Moser's record to give to anyone you may call." He paused to transcribe the record on a page of his notebook. Tearing out the leaf, he extended it to Winter as he moved towards the door. The latter shrunk against the wall. His head was hanging as he reached for the paper. This caused him to grasp air, and so Trescott simply let the paper flutter to the feet of the other man. "Good morning," said Trescott from the hall. This placid retreat seemed to suddenly arouse Winter to ferocity. It was as if he had then recalled all the truths which he had formulated to hurl at Trescott. So he followed him into the hall, and down the hall to the door, and through the door to the porch, barking in fiery rage from a respectful distance. As Trescott imperturbably turned the mare's head down the road, Winter stood on the porch, still yelping. He was like a little dog. "XXII, have you heard the news?" cried Carrie Dungeon as she sped towards Martha's kitchen. Have you heard the news? Her eyes were shining with delight. No, answered Martha's sister Kate, bending forward eagerly. What was it? What was it? Carrie appeared triumphantly in the open door. Oh, there's been an awful scene between Dr. Trescott and Jake Winter. I never thought that Jake Winter had any pluck at all, but this morning he told the doctor just what he thought of him. Well, what did he think of him? Asked Martha. Oh, he called him everything. Mrs. Howarth heard it through her front blinds. It was terrible, she says. It's all over town now. Everybody knows it. Didn't the doctor answer back? No. Mrs. Howarth, she says he never said a word. He just walked down to his buggy and got in, and drove off as cool. But Jake gave him jinx, by all accounts. But what did he say? Cried Kate, shrill and excited. She was evidently at some kind of a feast. Oh, he told him that Sadie had never been well since that night Henry Johnson frightened her at Teresa Page's party, and he held him responsible, and how dared he cross his threshold, and what, said Martha. Did he swear at him, said Kate, in fearsome glee. No, not much. He did swear at him a little, but not more than a man does anyhow when he is real mad, Mrs. Howarth says. Oh, breathed Kate. And did he call him any names? Martha, at her work, had been for a time in deep thought. She now interrupted the others. It don't seem as if Sadie Winter had been sick since that time Henry Johnson got loose. She's been to school almost the whole time since then, hasn't she? They combined upon her in immediate indignation. School. School. I should say not. Don't think for a moment. School. Martha wheeled from the sink. She held an iron spoon, and it seemed as if she was going to attack them. Sadie Winter has passed here many a morning since then carrying her school bag. Where was she going? To a wedding. The others, long accustomed to a mental tyranny, speedily surrendered. Did she? Stammered Kate. I never saw her. Carrie Dungeon made a weak gesture. If I had been Dr. Trescott, exclaimed Martha, loudly, I'd have knocked that miserable Jake Winter's head off. Kate and Carrie, exchanging glances, made an alliance in the air. I don't see why you say that, Martha replied. Carrie, with considerable boldness, gaining support and sympathy from Kate's smile. I don't see how anybody can be blamed for getting angry when their little girl gets almost scared to death and gets sick from it, and all that. Besides, everybody says, oh, I don't care what everybody says, said Martha. Well, you can't go against the whole town, answered Carrie, in sudden sharp defiance. No, Martha, you can't go against the whole town, piped Kate, following her leader rapidly. The whole town, cried Martha. I'd like to know what you call the whole town. Do you call these silly people who are scared of Henry Johnson the whole town? Why, Martha, said Carrie, in a reasoning tone, "you talk as if you wouldn't be scared of him." "No more would I," retorted Martha. "Oh, Martha, how you talk," said Kate. "Why, the idea. Everybody's afraid of him." Carrie was grinning. "You've never seen him, have you?" she asked, seductively. "No," admitted Martha. "Well, then, how do you know that you wouldn't be scared?" Martha confronted her. "Have you ever seen him?" "No." "Well, then, how do you know you would be scared?" The Allied forces broke out in chorus. "But, Martha, everybody says so." "Everybody says so." "Everybody says what?" "Everybody that's seen him say they were frightened almost to death." "'Tisn't he only women, but it's men too. It's awful." Martha wagged her head solemnly. "I'd try not to be afraid of him." "But supposing you could not help it," said Kate. "Yes, and look here," cried Carrie. "I'll tell you another thing. The Hannigans are going to move out of the house next door." "On account of him?" demanded Martha. Carrie nodded. "Mrs. Hannigan says so herself." "Well, of all things," ejaculated Martha. "Going to move, eh? You don't say so. Where they going to move to?" "Down on Orchard Avenue." "Well, of all things. Nice house." "I don't know about that. I haven't heard. But there's lots of nice houses on Orchard." "Yes, but they're all taken," said Kate. "There isn't a vacant house on Orchard Avenue." "Oh yes, there is," said Martha. "The old Hampstead house is vacant." "Oh, of course," said Kate. "But then I don't believe Mrs. Hannigan would like it there. I wonder where they can be going to move to." "I'm sure I don't know," sighed Martha. "It must be to some place we don't know about." "Well," said Carrie Dungeon, after a general reflective silence, "it's easy enough to find out, anyhow." "Who knows, around here?" asked Kate. "Why, Mrs. Smith, and there she is in her garden," said Carrie, jumping to her feet. As she dashed out of the door, Kate and Martha crowded at the window. Carrie's voice rang out from near the steps. "Mrs. Smith! Mrs. Smith! Do you know where the Hannigans are going to move to?" 23 The autumn smote the leaves, and the trees of Whilomville were panoplied in crimson and yellow. The winds grew stronger, and in the melancholy purple of the nights the home shine of a window became a finer thing. The little boys, watching the sere and sorrowful leaves drifting down from the maples, dreamed of the near time when they could heap bushels in the streets and burn them during the abrupt evenings. 3 men walked down the Niagara Avenue. As they approached Judge Hazenthorpe's house, he came down his walk to meet them in the manner of one who has been waiting. "Are you ready, Judge?" one said. "All ready," he answered. The 4 then walked to Trescott's house. He received them in his office, where he had been reading. He seemed surprised at this visit of 4 very active and influential citizens, but he had nothing to say of it. After they were all seated, Trescott looked expectantly from one face to another. There was a little silence. It was broken by John 12, the wholesale grocer, who was worth $400,000, and reported to be worth over $1 million. "Well, Doctor," he said, with a short laugh, "I suppose we might as well admit at once that we've come to interfere in something which is none of our business." "Why, what is it?" asked Trescott, again looking from one face to another. He seemed to appeal particularly to Judge Hazenthorpe, but the old man had his chin lowered musingly to his cane, and would not look at him. "It's about what nobody talks of," Much said 12. "It's about Henry Johnson." Trescott squared himself in his chair. "Yes," he said. Having delivered himself of the title, 12 seemed to become more easy. "Yes," he answered, blandly, "we wanted to talk to you about it." "Yes," said Trescott. "It's about what nobody talks of," Much said 12. 12 abruptly advanced on the main attack. "Now see here, Trescott, we like you, and we have come to talk right out about this business. It may be none of our affairs and all that, and as for me, I don't mind if you tell me so, but I am not going to keep quiet and see you ruin yourself. And that's how we all feel." "I am not ruining myself," answered Trescott. "No, maybe you are not exactly ruining yourself," said 12, slowly, "but you are doing yourself a great deal of harm. You have changed from being the leading doctor in town to about the last one. It is mainly because there are always a large number of people who are very thoughtless fools, of course, but then that doesn't change the condition." A man who had not heretofore spoken said, solemnly, "It's the women." "Well, what I want to say is this," resumed 12, "even if there are a lot of fools in the world, we can't see any reason why you should ruin yourself by opposing them. You can't teach them anything, you know." "I am not trying to teach them anything." Trescott smiled wearily. It is a matter of, well, and there are a good many of us that admire you for it immensely," interrupted 12, "but that isn't going to change the minds of all those ninnies." "It's the women," stated the advocate of this view again. "Well, what I want to say is this," said 12. "We want you to get out of this trouble and strike your old gait again. You are simply killing your practice through your infernal pie-earedness. Now this thing is out of the ordinary, but there must be ways to beat the game somehow, you see. So we've talked it over, about a dozen of us, and, as I say, if you want to tell us to mind our own business, why, go ahead, but we've talked it over, and we've come to the conclusion that the only way to do is to get Johnson a place somewhere off up the valley, and," Trescott wearily gestured. "You don't know, my friend. Everybody is so afraid of him, they can't even give him good care. Nobody can attend to him as I do myself. But I have a little no-good farm up beyond Clarence Mountain that I was going to give to Henry," cried 12, aggrieved. "And if you, threw your house burning down, or anything, why, all the boys were prepared to take him right off your hands, and, Trescott arose and went to the window. He turned his back upon them. They sat waiting in silence. When he returned, he kept his face in the shadow. "No, John 12," he said, "it can't be done." There was another stillness. Suddenly a man stirred on his chair. "Well, then, a public institution," he began. "No," said Trescott, "public institutions are all very good, but he is not going to one." In the background of the group old Judge Hazenthorpe was thoughtfully smoothing the polished ivory head of his cane. Xiv Trescott loudly stamped the snow from his feet and shook the flakes from his shoulders. When he entered the house, he went at once to the dining room, and then to the sitting room. Jimmy was there, reading painfully in a large book concerning giraffes and tigers and crocodiles. "Where is your mother, Jimmy?" asked Trescott. "I don't know," Pa answered the boy. "I think she is upstairs." Trescott went to the foot of the stairs and called, but there came no answer. Seeing that the door of the little drawing room was open, he entered. The room was bathed in the half-light that came from the 4 dull panes of mica in the front of the great stove. As his eyes grew used to the shadows, he saw his wife curled in an armchair. He went to her. "Why, Grace," he said, "didn't you hear me calling you?" She made no answer, and as he bent over the chair he heard her trying to smother a sob in the cushion. "Grace," he cried. "You're crying." She raised her face. "I've got a headache, a dreadful headache, Ned." "A headache," he repeated, in surprise and incredulity. He pulled a chair close to hers. Later, as he cast his eye over the zone of light shed by the dull red panes, he saw that a low table had been drawn close to the stove, and that it was burdened with many small cups and plates of uncut tea cake. He remembered that the day was Wednesday, and that his wife received on Wednesdays. "Who was here today, Gracie?" he asked. From his shoulder there came a mumble, "Mrs. 12. "Was she?" He said. "Why, didn't Anna Hazenthorpe come over?" The mumble from his shoulder continued, "She wasn't well enough." Glancing down at the cups, Trescott mechanically counted them. There were 15 of them. There, he said. "Don't cry, Grace. Don't cry." The wind was whining round the house, and the snow beat aslant upon the windows. Sometimes the coal in the stove settled with a crumbling sound, and the 4 panes of mica flashed a sudden new crimson. As he sat holding her head on his shoulder, Trescott found himself occasionally trying to count the cups. There were 15 of them. The Blue Hotel, the Palace Hotel at Fort Romper, was painted a light blue, a shade that is on the legs of a kind of heron, causing the bird to declare its position against any background. The Palace Hotel, then, was always screaming and howling in a way that made the dazzling winter landscape of Nebraska seem only a gray swampish hush. It stood alone on the prairie, and when the snow was falling the town 200 yards away was not visible. But when the traveller alighted at the railway station, he was obliged to pass the Palace Hotel before he could come upon the company of low clapboard houses which composed Fort Romper, and it was not to be thought that any traveller could pass the Palace Hotel without looking at it. Pat Scully, the proprietor, had proved himself a master of strategy when he chose his paints. It is true that on clear days, when the great transcontinental expresses, long lines of swaying Pullmans, swept through Fort Romper, passengers were overcome at the sight, and the cult that knows the brown reds and the subdivisions of the dark greens of the East expressed shame, pity, horror, in a laugh. But to the citizens of this prairie town and to the people who would naturally stop there, Pat Scully had performed a feat. With this opulence and splendor, these creeds, classes, egotisms, that streamed through Romper on the rails day after day, they had no color in common. As if the displayed delights of such a blue hotel were not sufficiently enticing, it was Scully's habit to go every morning and evening to meet the leisurely trains that stopped at Romper and work his seductions upon any man that he might see wavering, gripsack in hand. One morning, when a snow-crusted engine dragged its long string of freight cars and its one-passenger coach to the station, Scully performed the marvel of catching 3 men. One was a shaky and quick-eyed Swede, with a great shining cheap valise. One was a tall bronzed cowboy, who was on his way to a ranch near the Dakota line. One was a little silent man from the East, who didn't look it, and didn't announce it. Scully practically made them prisoners. He was so nimble and merry and kindly that each probably felt it would be the height of brutality to try to escape. They trudged off over the creaking board sidewalks in the wake of the eager little Irishman. He wore a heavy fur cap squeezed tightly down on his head. It caused his 2 red ears to stick out stiffly, as if they were made of tin. At last, Scully, elaborately, with boisterous hospitality, conducted them through the portals of the Blue Hotel. The room which they entered was small. It seemed to be merely a proper temple for an enormous stove, which, in the center, was humming with godlike violence. At various points on its surface the iron had become luminous and glowed yellow from the heat. Beside the stove Scully's son Johnny was playing high-five with an old farmer who had whiskers both gray and sandy. They were quarreling. Frequently the old farmer turned his face towards a box of sawdust, colored brown from tobacco juice, that was behind the stove, and spat with an air of great impatience and irritation. With a loud flourish of words Scully destroyed the game of cards, and bustled his son upstairs with part of the baggage of the new guests. He himself conducted them to 3 basins of the coldest water in the world. The cowboy and the Easterner burnished themselves fiery red with this water, until it seemed to be some kind of a metal polish. The Swede, however, merely dipped his fingers gingerly and with trepidation. It was notable that throughout this series of small ceremonies the 3 travelers were made to feel that Scully was very benevolent. He was conferring great favors upon them. He handed the towel from one to the other with an air of philanthropic impulse. Afterwards they went to the first room, and, sitting about the stove, listened to Scully's officious clamor at his daughters, who were preparing the midday meal. They reflected in the silence of experienced men who tread carefully amid new people. Nevertheless, the old farmer, stationary, invincible in his chair near the warmest part of the stove, turned his face from the sawdust box frequently and addressed a glowing commonplace to the strangers. Usually he was answered in short but adequate sentences by either the cowboy or the Easterner. The Swede said nothing. He seemed to be occupied in making furtive estimates of each man in the room. One might have thought that he had the sense of silly suspicion which comes to guilt. He resembled a badly frightened man. Later, at dinner, he spoke a little, addressing his conversation entirely to Scully. He volunteered that he had come from New York, where for 10 years he had worked as a tailor. These facts seemed to strike Scully as fascinating, and afterwards he volunteered that he had lived at Romper for 14 years. The Swede asked about the crops and the price of labor. He seemed barely to listen to Scully's extended replies. His eyes continued to rove from man to man. Finally, with a laugh and a wink, he said that some of these Western communities were very dangerous, and after his statement he straightened his legs under the table, tilted his head, and laughed again, loudly. It was plain that the demonstration had no meaning to the others. They looked at him wondering and in silence. Too, as the men trooped heavily back into the front room, the two little windows presented views of a turmoiling sea of snow. The huge arms of the wind were making attempts, mighty, circular, futile, to embrace the flakes as they sped. A gatepost like a still man with a blanched face stood aghast amid this profligate fury. In a hearty voice Scully announced the presence of a blizzard. The guests of the Blue Hotel, lighting their pipes, assented with grunts of lazy masculine contentment. No island of the sea could be exempt in the degree of this little room with its humming stove. Johnny, son of Scully, in a tone which defined his opinion of his ability as a card player, challenged the old farmer of both grey and sandy whiskers to a game of high-five. The farmer agreed with a contemptuous and bitter scoff. They sat close to the stove, and squared their knees under a wide board. The cowboy and the Easterner watched the game with interest. The Swede remained near the window, aloof, but with a countenance that showed signs of an inexplicable excitement. The play of Johnny and the greybeard was suddenly ended by another quarrel. The old man arose while casting a look of heated scorn at his adversary. He slowly buttoned his coat, and then stalked with fabulous dignity from the room. In the discreet silence of all other men the Swede laughed. His laughter rang somehow childish. Men by this time had begun to look at him askance, as if they wished to inquire what ailed him. A new game was formed jocosely. The cowboy volunteered to become the partner of Johnny, and they all then turned to ask the Swede to throw in his lot with the little Easterner. He asked some questions about the game, and, learning that it wore many names, and that he had played it when it was under an alias, he accepted the invitation. He strode towards the men nervously, as if he expected to be assaulted. Finally, seated, he gazed from face to face and laughed shrilly. This laugh was so strange that the Easterner looked up quickly. The cowboy sat intent and with his mouth open, and Johnny paused, holding the cards with still fingers. Afterwards there was a short silence. Then Johnny said, "Well, let's get at it. Come on now." They pulled their chairs forward until their knees were bunched under the board. They began to play, and their interest in the game caused the others to forget the manner of the Swede. The cowboy was a board whacker. Each time that he held superior cards he wanged them, one by one, with exceeding force, down upon the improvised table, and took the tricks with a glowing air of prowess and pride that sent thrills of indignation into the hearts of his opponents. A game with a boardwhacker in it is sure to become intense. The countenances of the Easterner and the Swede were miserable whenever the cowboy thundered down his aces and kings, while Johnny, his eyes gleaming with joy, chuckled and chuckled. Because of the absorbing play, none considered the strange ways of the Swede. They paid strict heed to the game. Finally, during a lull caused by a new deal, the Swede suddenly addressed Johnny, "I suppose there have been a good many men killed in this room." The jaws of the others dropped and they looked at him. "What in hell are you talking about?" said Johnny. The Swede laughed again, his blatant laugh, full of a kind of false courage and defiance. "Oh, you know what I mean all right," he answered. "I'm a liar if I do," Johnny protested. The card was halted, and the men stared at the Swede. Johnny evidently felt that as the son of the proprietor he should make a direct inquiry. "Now, what might you be driving at, mister?" he asked. The Swede winked at him. It was a wink full of cunning. His fingers shook on the edge of the board. "Oh, maybe you think I have been to nowheres. Maybe you think I'm a tenderfoot." "I don't know nothing about you," answered Johnny, "and I don't give a damn where you've been. All I got to say is that I don't know what you're driving at. There hain't never been nobody killed in this room." The cowboy, who had been steadily gazing at the Swede, then spoke, "What's wrong with you, mister?" Apparently it seemed to the Swede that he was formidably menaced. He shivered and turned white near the corners of his mouth. He sent an appealing glance in the direction of the little Easterner. During these moments he did not forget to wear his air of advanced pot valour. "They say they don't know what I mean," he remarked mockingly to the Easterner. The latter answered after prolonged and cautious reflection. "I don't understand you," he said, impassively. The Swede made a movement then which announced that he thought he had encountered treachery from the only quarter where he had expected sympathy, if not help. "Oh, I see you are all against me. I see." The cowboy was in a state of deep stupefaction. "Say," he cried, as he tumbled the deck violently down upon the board, "say, what are you getting at, hey?" The Swede sprang up with the celerity of a man escaping from a snake on the floor. "I don't want to fight," he shouted. "I don't want to fight." The cowboy stretched his long legs indolently and deliberately. His hands were in his pockets. He spat into the sawdust box. "Well, who the hell thought you did?" he inquired. The Swede backed rapidly towards a corner of the room. His hands were out protectingly in front of his chest, but he was making an obvious struggle to control his fright. "Gentlemen," he quavered, "I suppose I am going to be killed before I can leave this house. I suppose I am going to be killed before I can leave this house." In his eyes was the dying swan look. Through the windows could be seen the snow turning blue in the shadow of dusk. The wind tore at the house and some loose thing beat regularly against the clapboards like a spirit tapping. A door opened, and Scully himself entered. He paused in surprise as he noted the tragic attitude of the Swede. Then he said, "What's the matter here?" The Swede answered him swiftly and eagerly, "These men are going to kill me." "Kill you?" ejaculated Scully. "Kill you? What are you talking?" The Swede made the gesture of a martyr. Scully wheeled sternly upon his son. "What is this, Johnny?" The lad had grown sullen. "Damned if I know," he answered. "I can't make no sense to it." He began to shuffle the cards, fluttering them together with an angry snap. "He says a good many men have been killed in this room, or something like that. And he says he's going to be killed here too. I don't know what ails him. He's crazy, I shouldn't wonder." Scully then looked for explanation to the cowboy, but the cowboy simply shrugged his shoulders. "Kill you," said Scully again to the Swede. "Kill you? Man, you're off your nut." "Oh, I know," burst out the Swede. "I know what will happen. Yes, I'm crazy, yes. Yes, of course, I'm crazy, yes. But I know one thing," there was a sort of sweat of misery and terror upon his face. "I know I won't get out of here alive." The cowboy drew a deep breath, as if his mind was passing into the last stages of dissolution. "Well, I'm doggoned," he whispered to himself. Scully wheeled suddenly and faced his son. "You've been troublin' this man." Johnny's voice was loud with its burden of grievance. "Why, good, I ain't done nothing to him." The Swede broke in. "Gentlemen, do not disturb yourselves. I will leave this house. I will go away because," he accused them dramatically with his glance, "because I do not want to be killed." Scully was furious with his son. "Will you tell me what is the matter, you young devil? What's the matter, anyhow? Speak out." "Blame it," cried Johnny in despair, "don't I tell you I don't know. He says we want to kill him, and that's all I know. I can't tell what ails him." The Swede continued to repeat, "Never mind, Mr. Scully, never mind. I will leave this house. I will go away, because I do not wish to be killed. Yes, of course, I am crazy, yes. But I know one thing. I will go away. I will leave this house. Never mind, Mr. Scully, never mind. I will go away. You will not go away, said Scully. You will not go away until I hear the reason of this business. If anybody has troubled you, I will take care of him. This is my house. You are under my roof, and I will not allow any peaceable man to be troubled here. He cast a terrible eye upon Johnny, the cowboy, and the Easterner. Never mind, Mr. Scully, never mind. I will go away. I do not wish to be killed. The Swede moved towards the door, which opened upon the stairs. It was evidently his intention to go at once for his baggage. No, no, shouted Scully peremptorily, but the white-faced man slid by him and disappeared. Now, said Scully severely, what does this mean? Johnny and the cowboy cried together, why, we didn't do nothing to him. Scully's eyes were cold. No, he said, you didn't. Johnny swore a deep oath. Why, this is the wildest loon I ever see. We didn't do nothing at all. We were just sitting here playing cards, and the father suddenly spoke to the Easterner. Mr. Blank, he asked, what has these boys been doing? The Easterner reflected again. I didn't see anything wrong at all, he said at last, slowly. Scully began to howl. But what does it mean? He stared ferociously at his son. I have a mind to lather you for this, me boy. Johnny was frantic. Well, what have I done? He bawled at his father. I think you are tongue-tied, said Scully finally to his son, the cowboy, and the Easterner, and at the end of this scornful sentence he left the room. Upstairs the Swede was swiftly fastening the straps of his great valise. Once his back happened to be half turned towards the door, and, hearing a noise there, he wheeled and sprang up, uttering a loud cry. Scully's wrinkled visage showed grimly in the light of the small lamp he carried. This yellow effulgence, streaming upward, colored only his prominent features, and left his eyes, for instance, in mysterious shadow. He resembled a murderer. Man! Man! He exclaimed, have you gone daffy? Oh, no. Oh, no, rejoined the other. There are people in this world who know pretty nearly as much as you do, understand? For a moment they stood gazing at each other. Upon the Swede's deathly pale cheeks were two spots brightly crimson and sharply edged, as if they had been carefully painted. Scully placed the light on the table and sat himself on the edge of the bed. He spoke ruminatively. By cracky, I never heard of such a thing in my life. It's a complete muddle. I can't, for the soul of me, think how you ever got this idea into your head. Presently he lifted his eyes and asked, and did you sure think they were going to kill you? The Swede scanned the old man as if he wished to see into his mind. I did, he said at last. He obviously suspected that this answer might precipitate an outbreak. As he pulled on a strap his whole arm shook, the elbow wavering like a bit of paper. Scully banged his hand impressively on the footboard of the bed. Why, man, we're going to have a line of electric streetcars in this town next spring. A line of electric streetcars, repeated the Swede, stupidly. And said Scully, there's a new railroad going to be built down from Broken Arm to here. Not to mention the 4 churches and the smash-in big brick schoolhouse. Then there's the big factory, too. Why, in 2 years Romper LL be a metropolis. Having finished the preparation of his baggage, the Swede straightened himself. Mr. Scully, he said, with sudden hardihood, how much do I owe you? You don't owe me anything, said the old man, angrily. Yes, I do, retorted the Swede. He took 75 cents from his pocket and tendered it to Scully, but the latter snapped his fingers in disdainful refusal. However, it happened that they both stood gazing in a strange fashion at 3 silver pieces on the Swede's open palm. I'll not take your money, said Scully at last. Not after what's been going on here. Then a plan seemed to strike him. Here, he cried, picking up his lamp and moving towards the door. Here. Come with me a minute. No, said the Swede, in overwhelming alarm. Yes, urged the old man. Come on. I want you to come and see a picture, just across the hall, in my room. The Swede must have concluded that his hour was come. His jaw dropped and his teeth showed like a dead man's. He ultimately followed Scully across the corridor, but he had the step of one hung in chains. Scully flashed the light high on the wall of his own chamber. There was revealed a ridiculous photograph of a little girl. She was leaning against a balustrade of gorgeous decoration, and the formidable bang to her hair was prominent. The figure was as graceful as an upright sled stake, and, withal, it was of the hue of lead. There, said Scully, tenderly, that's the picture of my little girl that died. Her name was Carrie. She had the prettiest hair you ever saw. I was that fond of her, turning then, he saw that the Swede was not contemplating the picture at all, but, instead, was keeping keen watch on the gloom in the rear. Look, man, cried Scully, heartily. That's the picture of my little gal that died. Her name was Carrie. And then here's the picture of my oldest boy, Michael. He's a lawyer in Lincoln, and doing well. I gave that boy a grand education, and I'm glad for it now. He's a fine boy. Look at him now. Ain't he bold as blazes, him there in Lincoln, an honored and respected gentleman. An honored and respected gentleman, concluded Scully with a flourish. And, so saying, he smote the Swede jovially on the back. The Swede faintly smiled. Now, said the old man, there's only one more thing. He dropped suddenly to the floor and thrust his head beneath the bed. The Swede could hear his muffled voice. I'd keep it under me pillow if it wasn't for that boy Johnny. Then there's the old woman, where is it now? I never put it twice in the same place. Ah, now come out with you. Presently he backed clumsily from under the bed, dragging with him an old coat rolled into a bundle. I've fetched him, he muttered. Kneeling on the floor, he unrolled the coat and extracted from its heart a large yellow-brown whiskey bottle. His first maneuver was to hold the bottle up to the light. Reassured, apparently, that nobody had been tampering with it, he thrust it with a generous movement towards the Swede. The weak-kneed Swede was about to eagerly clutch this element of strength, but he suddenly jerked his hand away and cast a look of horror upon Scully. "Drink," said the old man affectionately. He had risen to his feet, and now stood facing the Swede. There was a silence. Then again Scully said, "Drink." The Swede laughed wildly. He grabbed the bottle, put it to his mouth, and as his lips curled absurdly around the opening and his throat worked, he kept his glance, burning with hatred, upon the old man's face. For after the departure of Scully, the three men, with the cardboard still upon their knees, preserved for a long time an astounded silence. Then Johnny said, "That's the dangest Swede I ever see." "He ain't no Swede," said the cowboy, scornfully. "Well, what is he then?" cried Johnny. "What is he then?" "It's my opinion," replied the cowboy deliberately, "he's some kind of a Dutchman." It was a venerable custom of the country to entitle as Swedes all light-haired men who spoke with a heavy tongue. In consequence, the idea of the cowboy was not without its daring. "Yes, sir," he repeated. "It's my opinion this fella is some kind of a Dutchman." "Well, he says he's a Swede, anyhow," muttered Johnny, sulkily. He turned to the Easterner. "What do you think, Mr. Blank?" "Oh, I don't know," replied the Easterner. "Well, what do you think makes him act that way?" asked the cowboy. "Why, he's frightened." The Easterner knocked his pipe against a rim of the stove. "He's clear frightened out of his boots." "What at?" cried Johnny and cowboy together. The Easterner reflected over his answer. "What at?" cried the others again. "Oh, I don't know, but it seems to me this man has been reading dime novels, and he thinks he's right out in the middle of it, the shootin' and stabbin' and all." "But," said the cowboy, deeply scandalized, "this ain't Wyoming, none of them places. This is Nebraska." "Yes," added Johnny, "and why don't he wait till he gets out west?" The traveled Easterner laughed. "It isn't different there even, not in these days. But he thinks he's right in the middle of hell." Johnny and the cowboy mused long. "It's awful funny," remarked Johnny at last. "Yes," said the cowboy. "This is a queer game. I hope we don't get snowed in, because then we'd have to stand this here man being around with us all the time. That wouldn't be no good." "I wish Pop would throw him out," said Johnny. Presently they heard a loud stamping on the stairs, accompanied by ringing jokes in the voice of old Scully, and laughter, evidently from the Swede. The men around the stove stared vacantly at each other. "Gosh," said the cowboy. The door flew open, and old Scully, flushed and anecdotal, came into the room. He was jabbering at the Swede, who followed him, laughing bravely. It was the entry of two roisterers from a banquet hall. "Come now," said Scully sharply to the three-seated men, "move up and give us a chance at the stove." The cowboy and the Easterner obediently sidled their chairs to make room for the newcomers. Johnny, however, simply arranged himself in a more indolent attitude, and then remained motionless. "Come. Git over there," said Scully. "Plenty of room on the other side of the stove," said Johnny. "Do you think we want to sit in the draft?" roared the father. But the Swede here interposed with a grandeur of confidence. "No, no. Let the boy sit where he likes," he cried in a bullying voice to the father. "All right. All right," said Scully, deferentially. The cowboy and the Easterner exchanged glances of wonder. The 5 chairs were formed in a crescent about one side of the stove. The Swede began to talk. He talked arrogantly, profanely, angrily. Johnny, the cowboy, and the Easterner maintained a morose silence, while old Scully appeared to be receptive and eager, breaking in constantly with sympathetic ejaculations. Finally the Swede announced that he was thirsty. He moved in his chair, and said that he would go for a drink of water. "I'll get it for you," cried Scully at once. "No," said the Swede, contemptuously. "I'll get it for myself." He arose and stalked with the air of an owner off into the executive parts of the hotel. As soon as the Swede was out of hearing, Scully sprang to his feet and whispered intensely to the others, "Upstairs, he thought I was trying to poison him." "Say," said Johnny, "this makes me sick. Why don't you throw him out in the snow?" "Why, he's all right now," declared Scully. "It was only that he was from the East, and he thought this was a tough place. That's all. He's all right now." The cowboy looked with admiration upon the Easterner. "You were straight," he said. "You were on to that there Dutchman." "Well," said Johnny to his father, "he may be all right now, but I don't see it. Other time he was scared, but now he's too fresh." Scully's speech was always a combination of Irish brogue and idiom, Western twang and idiom, and scraps of curiously formal diction taken from the storybooks and newspapers. He now hurled a strange mass of language at the head of his son. "What do I keep? What do I keep? What do I keep?" he demanded, in a voice of thunder. He slapped his knee impressively, to indicate that he himself was going to make reply, and that all should heed. "I keep a hotel," he shouted. "A hotel, do you mind? A guest under my roof has sacred privileges. He is to be intimidated by none. Not one word shall he hear that would prejudice him in favor of going away. I'll not have it. There's no place in this here town where they can say they Ivia took in a guest of mine because he was afraid to stay here." He wheeled suddenly upon the cowboy and the Easterner. "Am I right?" "Yes, Mr. Scully," said the cowboy, "I think you're right." "Yes, Mr. Scully," said the Easterner, "I think you're right." At 6 o'clock supper, the Swede fizzed like a firewheel. He sometimes seemed on the point of bursting into riotous song, and in all his madness he was encouraged by old Scully. The Easterner was encased in reserve. The cowboy sat in wide-mouthed amazement, forgetting to eat, while Johnny wrathily demolished great plates of food. The daughters of the house, when they were obliged to replenish the biscuits, approached as warily as Indians, and, having succeeded in their purpose, fled with ill-concealed trepidation. The Swede domineered the whole feast, and he gave it the appearance of a cruel bacchanal. He seemed to have grown suddenly taller. He gazed, brutally disdainful, into every face. His voice rang through the room. Once when he jabbed out harpoon fashion with his fork to pinion a biscuit, the weapon nearly impaled the hand of the Easterner, which had been stretched quietly out for the same biscuit. After supper, as the men filed towards the other room, the Swede smote Scully ruthlessly on the shoulder. "Well, old boy, that was a good, square meal." Johnny looked hopefully at his father. He knew that shoulder was tender from an old fall, and, indeed, it appeared for a moment as if Scully was going to flame out over the matter, but in the end he smiled a sickly smile and remained silent. The others understood from his manner that he was admitting his responsibility for the Swede's new viewpoint. Johnny, however, addressed his parent in an aside. "Why don't you license somebody to kick you downstairs?" Scully scowled darkly by way of reply. When they were gathered about the stove, the Swede insisted on another game of high-five. Scully gently deprecated the plan at first, but the Swede turned a wolfish glare upon him. The old man subsided, and the Swede canvassed the others. In his tone there was always a great threat. The cowboy and the Easterner both remarked indifferently that they would play. Scully said that he would presently have to go to meet the 6.58 train, and so the Swede turned menacingly upon Johnny. For a moment their glances crossed like blades, and then Johnny smiled and said, "Yes, I'll play." They formed a square, with the little board on their knees. The Easterner and the Swede were again partners. As the play went on, it was noticeable that the cowboy was not boardwhacking as usual. Meanwhile, Scully, near the lamp, had put on his spectacles and, with an appearance curiously like an old priest, was reading a newspaper. In time he went out to meet the 6.58 train, and, despite his precautions, a gust of polar wind whirled into the room as he opened the door. Besides scattering the cards, it dulled the players to the marrow. The Swede cursed frightfully. When Scully returned, his entrance disturbed a cosy and friendly scene. The Swede again cursed. But presently they were once more intent, their heads bent forward and their hands moving swiftly. The Swede had adopted the fashion of boardwhacking. Scully took up his paper and for a long time remained immersed in matters which were extraordinarily remote from him. The lamp burned badly, and once he stopped to adjust the wick. The newspaper, as he turned from page to page, rustled with a slow and comfortable sound. Then suddenly he heard three terrible words: "You are cheatin'." Such scenes often prove that there can be little of dramatic import in environment. Any room can present a tragic front, any room can be comic. This little den was now hideous as a torture chamber. The new faces of the men themselves had changed it upon the instant. The Swede held a huge fist in front of Johnny's face, while the latter looked steadily over it into the blazing orbs of his accuser. The Easterner had grown pallid. The cowboy's jaw had dropped in that expression of bovine amazement which was one of his important mannerisms. After the 3 words, the first sound in the room was made by Scully's paper as it floated forgotten to his feet. His spectacles had also fallen from his nose, but by a clutch he had saved them in air. His hand, grasping the spectacles, now remained poised awkwardly and near his shoulder. He stared at the card players. Probably the silence was while a second elapsed. Then, if the floor had been suddenly twitched out from under the men, they could not have moved quicker. The 5 had projected themselves headlong towards a common point. It happened that Johnny, in rising to hurl himself upon the Swede, had stumbled slightly because of his curiously instinctive care for the cards and the board. The loss of the moment allowed time for the arrival of Scully, and also allowed the cowboy time to give the Swede a great push which sent him staggering back. The men found tongue together, and hoarse shouts of rage, appeal, or fear burst from every throat. The cowboy pushed and jostled feverishly at the Swede, and the Easterner and Scully clung wildly to Johnny, but, through the smoky air, above the swaying bodies of the peace compellers, the eyes of the 2 warriors ever sought each other in glances of challenge that were at once hot and steely. Of course the board had been overturned, and now the whole company of cards was scattered over the floor, where the boots of the men trampled the fat and painted kings and queens as they gazed with their silly eyes at the war that was waging above them. Scully's voice was dominating the yells. "Stop now! Stop, I say! Stop, now, Johnny!" As he struggled to burst through the rank formed by Scully and the Easterner, was crying, "Well, he says I cheated. He says I cheated. I won't allow no man to say I cheated. If he says I cheated, he's a..." The cowboy was telling the Swede, "Quit, now. Quit, do ye hear?" The screams of the Swede never ceased. "He did cheat. I saw him. I saw him." As for the Easterner, he was importuning in a voice that was not heeded, "Wait a moment, can't you? Oh, wait a moment. What's the good of a fight over a game of cards? Wait a moment." In this tumult no complete sentences were clear. "Cheat, quit," he says. These fragments pierced the uproar and rang out sharply. It was remarkable that, whereas Scully undoubtedly made the most noise, he was the least heard of any of the riotous band. Then suddenly there was a great cessation. It was as if each man had paused for breath, and although the room was still lighted with the anger of men, it could be seen that there was no danger of immediate conflict, and at once Johnny, shouldering his way forward, almost succeeded in confronting the Swede. "What did you say I cheated for? What did you say I cheated for? I don't cheat, and I won't let no man say I do." The Swede said, "I saw you. I saw you." "Well," cried Johnny, I'll fight any man what says I cheat. No, you won't, said the cowboy. Not here. Ah, be still, can't you, said Scully, coming between them. The quiet was sufficient to allow the Easterner's voice to be heard. He was repealing, "Oh, wait a moment, can't you? What's the good of a fight over a game of cards? Wait a moment." Johnny, his red face appearing above his father's shoulder, hailed the Swede again. "Did you say I cheated?" The Swede showed his teeth. "Yes." "Then," said Johnny, "we must fight." "Yes, fight," roared the Swede. He was like a demoniac. "Yes, fight. I'll show you what kind of a man I am. I'll show you who you want to fight. Maybe you think I can't fight. Maybe you think I can't. I'll show you, you skin, you card sharp. Yes, you cheated. You cheated. You cheated. Well, let's go at it, then, mister, said Johnny, coolly. The cowboy's brow was beaded with sweat from his efforts in intercepting all sorts of raids. He turned in despair to Scully. "What are you going to do now?" A change had come over the Celtic visage of the old man. He now seemed all eagerness, his eyes glowed. "We'll let them fight," he answered, stalwartly. "I can't put up with it any longer. I've stood this damned Swede till I'm sick. We'll let them fight." 6. The men prepared to go out of doors. The Easterner was so nervous that he had great difficulty in getting his arms into the sleeves of his new leather coat. As the cowboy drew his fur cap down over his cars, his hands trembled. In fact, Johnny and old Scully were the only ones who displayed no agitation. These preliminaries were conducted without words. Scully threw open the door. "Well, come on," he said. Instantly a terrific wind caused the flame of the lamp to struggle at its wick, while a puff of black smoke sprang from the chimney top. The stove was in mid-current of the blast, and its voice swelled to equal the roar of the storm. Some of the scarred and bedabbled cards were caught up from the floor and dashed helplessly against the farther wall. The men lowered their heads and plunged into the tempest as into a sea. No snow was falling, but great whirls and clouds of flakes, swept up from the ground by the frantic winds, were streaming southward with the speed of bullets. The covered land was blue with the sheen of an unearthly satin, and there was no other hue save where, at the low, black railway station, which seemed incredibly distant, one light gleamed like a tiny jewel. As the men floundered into a thigh-deep drift, it was known that the Swede was bawling out something. Scully went to him, put a hand on his shoulder and projected an ear. "What's that you say?" he shouted. "I say," bawled the Swede again, "I won't stand much show against this gang. I know you'll all pitch on me." Scully smote him reproachfully on the arm. "Tut, man," he yelled. The wind tore the words from Scully's lips and scattered them far away. "You are all a gang of," boomed the Swede, but the storm also seized the remainder of this sentence. Immediately turning their backs upon the wind, The men had swung around a corner to the sheltered side of the hotel. It was the function of the little house to preserve here, amid this great devastation of snow, an irregular V-shape of heavily encrusted grass, which crackled beneath the feet. One could imagine the great drifts piled against the windward side. When the party reached the comparative peace of this spot, it was found that the Swede was still bellowing. "Oh, I know what kind of a thing this is. I know you'll all pitch on me. I can't lick you all." Scully turned upon him panther fashion. "You'll not have to whip all of us. You'll have to whip my son Johnny. And the man what troubles you during that time will have me to deal with." The arrangements were swiftly made. The two men faced each other, obedient to the harsh commands of Scully, whose face, in the subtly luminous gloom, could be seen set in the austere impersonal lines that are pictured on the countenances of the Roman veterans. The Easterner's teeth were chattering, and he was hopping up and down like a mechanical toy. The cowboy stood rock-like. The contestants had not stripped off any clothing. Each was in his ordinary attire. Their fists were up, and they eyed each other in a calm that had the elements of leonine cruelty in it. During this pause, the Easterner's mind, like a film, took lasting impressions of three men: the iron-nerved master of the ceremony, the Swede, pale, motionless, terrible, and Johnny, serene yet ferocious, brutish yet heroic. The entire prelude had in it a tragedy greater than the tragedy of action, and this aspect was accentuated by the long, mellow cry of the blizzard, as it sped the tumbling and wailing flakes into the black abyss of the south. "Now," said Scully. The two combatants leaped forward and crashed together like bullocks. There was heard the cushioned sound of blows, and of a curse squeezing out from between the tight teeth of one. As for the spectators, the Easterner's pent-up breath exploded from him with a pop of relief, absolute relief from the tension of the preliminaries. The cowboy bounded into the air with a yowl. Scully was immovable as from supreme amazement and fear at the fury of the fight which he himself had permitted and arranged. For a time the encounter in the darkness was such a perplexity of flying arms that it presented no more detail than would a swiftly revolving wheel. Occasionally a face, as if illumined by a flash of light, would shine out, ghastly and marked with pink spots. A moment later, the men might have been known as shadows, if it were not for the involuntary utterance of oaths that came from them in whispers. Suddenly a holocaust of warlike desire caught the cowboy, and he bolted forward with the speed of a broncho. "Go it, Johnny. Go it. Kill him. Kill him." Scully confronted him. "Cape back," he said, and by his glance the cowboy could tell that this man was Johnny's father. To the Easterner there was a monotony of unchangeable fighting that was an abomination. This confused mingling was eternal to his sense, which was concentrated in a longing for the end, the priceless end. Once the fighters lurched near him, and as he scrambled hastily backward he heard them breathe like men on the rack. "Kill him, Johnny. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him." The cowboy's face was contorted like one of those agony masks in museums. "Keep still," said Scully, icily. Then there was a sudden loud grunt, incomplete, cut short, and Johnny's body swung away from the Swede and fell with sickening heaviness to the grass. The cowboy was barely in time to prevent the mad Swede from flinging himself upon his prone adversary. "No, you don't," said the cowboy, interposing an arm. "Wait a second." Scully was at his son's side. "Johnny. Johnny, me boy." His voice had a quality of melancholy tenderness. "Johnny. Can you go on with it?" He looked anxiously down into the bloody, pulpy face of his son. There was a moment of silence, and then Johnny answered in his ordinary voice, "Yes, yes." Assisted by his father, he struggled to his feet. "Wait a bit now till you get your wind," said the old man. A few paces away the cowboy was lecturing the Swede. "No, you don't. Wait a second." The Easterner was plucking at Scully's sleeve. "Oh, this is enough," he pleaded. "This is enough. Let it go as it stands. This is enough." "Bill," said Scully, "get out of the road." The cowboy stepped aside. Now. The combatants were actuated by a new caution as they advanced towards collision. They glared at each other, and then the Swede aimed a lightning blow that carried with it his entire weight. Johnny was evidently half stupid from weakness, but he miraculously dodged, and his fist sent the overbalanced Swede sprawling. The cowboy, Scully, and the Easterner burst into a cheer that was like a chorus of triumphant soldiery, but before its conclusion the Swede had scuffled agilely to his feet and come in berserk abandon at his foe. There was another perplexity of flying arms, and Johnny's body again swung away and fell, even as a bundle might fall from a roof. The Swede instantly staggered to a little wind-waved tree and leaned upon it, breathing like an engine, while his savage and flame-lit eyes roamed from face to face as the men bent over Johnny. There was a splendor of isolation in his situation at this time which the Easterner felt once when, lifting his eyes from the man on the ground, he beheld that mysterious and lonely figure, waiting. "Are you any good yet, Johnny?" asked Scully in a broken voice. The son gasped and opened his eyes languidly. After a moment he answered, "No, I ain't any good any more." Then, from shame and bodily ill he began to weep, the tears furrowing down through the blood stains on his face. "He was too heavy for me." Scully straightened and addressed the waiting figure. "Stranger," he said, evenly, "it's all up with our side." Then his voice changed into that vibrant huskiness which is commonly the tone of the most simple and deadly announcements. "Johnny is whipped." Without replying, the victor moved off on the route to the front door of the hotel. The cowboy was formulating new and unspellable blasphemies. The Easterner was startled to find that they were out in a wind that seemed to come direct from the shadowed Arctic floes. He heard again the wail of the snow as it was flung to its grave in the south. He knew now that all this time the cold had been sinking into him deeper and deeper, and he wondered that he had not perished. He felt indifferent to the condition of the vanquished man. "Johnny, can you walk?" asked Scully. "Did I hurt him any?" asked the son. "Can you walk, boy? Can you walk?" Johnny's voice was suddenly strong. There was a robust impatience in it. "I asked you whether I hurt him any." "Yes, yes," Johnny answered the cowboy, consolingly, "he's hurt a good deal." They raised him from the ground, and as soon as he was on his feet he went tottering off, rebuffing all attempts at assistance. When the party rounded the corner they were fairly blinded by the pelting of the snow. It burned their faces like fire. The cowboy carried Johnny through the drift to the door. As they entered, some cards again rose from the floor and beat against the wall. The Easterner rushed to the stove. He was so profoundly chilled that he almost dared to embrace the glowing iron. The Swede was not in the room. Johnny sank into a chair, and, folding his arms on his knees, buried his face in them. Scully, warming one foot and then the other at a rim of the stove, muttered to himself with Celtic mournfulness. The cowboy had removed his fur cap, and with a dazed and rueful air he was running one hand through his tousled locks. From overhead they could hear the creaking of boards, as the Swede tramped here and there in his room. The sad quiet was broken by the sudden flinging open of a door that led towards the kitchen. It was instantly followed by an inrush of women. They precipitated themselves upon Johnny amid a chorus of lamentation. Before they carried their prey off to the kitchen, there to be bathed and harangued with that mixture of sympathy and abuse which is a feat of their sex, the mother straightened herself and fixed old Scully with an eye of stern reproach. "Shame be upon you, Patrick Scully," she cried. "Your own son, too. Shame be upon you. There, now. Be quiet, now," said the old man, weakly. "Shame be upon you, Patrick Scully." The girls, rallying to this slogan, sniffed disdainfully in the direction of those trembling accomplices, the cowboy and the Easterner. Presently they bore Johnny away, and left the three men to dismal reflection. "I'd like to fight this here Dutchman myself," said the cowboy, breaking a long silence. Scully wagged his head sadly. "No, that wouldn't do. It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right." "Well, why wouldn't it?" argued the cowboy. "I don't see no harm in it." "No," answered Scully, with mournful heroism. "It wouldn't be right. It was Johnny's fight, and now we mustn't whip the man just because he whipped Johnny." "Yes, that's true enough," said the cowboy, "but he better not get fresh with me, because I couldn't stand no more of it." "You'll not say a word to him," commanded Scully, and even then they heard the tread of the Swede on the stairs. His entrance was made theatric. He swept the door back with a bang and swaggered to the middle of the room. No one looked at him. "Well," he cried, insolently, at Scully, "I suppose you'll tell me now how much I owe you." The old man remained stolid. You don't owe me nothing. Ha, said the Swede, ha. Don't owe him nothing. The cowboy addressed the Swede. Stranger, I don't see how you come to be so gay around here. Old Scully was instantly alert. Stop, he shouted, holding his hand forth, fingers upward. Bill, you shut up. The cowboy spat carelessly into the sawdust box. I didn't say a word, did I? He asked. Mr. Scully called the Swede. How much do I owe you? It was seen that he was attired for departure, and that he had his valise in his hand. You don't owe me nothing, repeated Scully in his same imperturbable way. Ha, said the Swede. I guess you're right. I guess if it was any way at all, you'd owe me something. That's what I guess. He turned to the cowboy. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him, he mimicked, and then guffawed victoriously. Kill him. He was convulsed with ironical humor. But he might have been jeering the dead. The three men were immovable and silent, staring with glassy eyes at the stove. The Swede opened the door and passed into the storm, giving one derisive glance backward at the still group. As soon as the door was closed, Scully and the cowboy leaped to their feet and began to curse. They trampled to and fro, waving their arms and smashing into the air with their fists. Oh, but that was a hard minute, wailed Scully. That was a hard minute. Him there leerin' and scoffin'. One bang at his nose was worth $40 to me that minute. How did you stand it, Bill? How did I stand it? Cried the cowboy in a quivering voice. How did I stand it? Oh! The old man burst into sudden brogue. I'd like to take that sword, he wailed, and head him down on a stone floor and bait him to a jelly with a stick. The cowboy groaned in sympathy. I'd like to git him by the neck and hammer him. He brought his hand down on a chair with a noise like a pistol shot, hammer that there Dutchman until he couldn't tell himself from a dead coyote. I'd bait him until I'd show him some things, and then together they raised a yearning, fanatic cry, oh oh oh. If we only could, yes. Yes. And then I'd, oh oh oh. Ate the Swede, tightly gripping his valise, tacked across the face of the storm as if he carried sails. He was following a line of little naked, gasping trees, which he knew must mark the way of the road. His face, fresh from the pounding of Johnny's fists, felt more pleasure than pain in the wind and the driving snow. A number of square shapes loomed upon him finally, and he knew them as the houses of the main body of the town. He found a street and made travel along it, leaning heavily upon the wind whenever, at a corner, a terrific blast caught him. He might have been in a deserted village. We picture the world as thick with conquering and elate humanity, but here, with the bugles of the tempest pealing, it was hard to imagine a peopled earth. One viewed the existence of man then as a marvel, and conceded a glamour of wonder to these lice which were caused to cling to a whirling, fire-smote, ice-locked, disease-stricken, space-lost bulb. The conceit of man was explained by this storm to be the very engine of life. One was a coxcomb not to die in it. However, the Swede found a saloon. In front of it an indomitable red light was burning, and the snowflakes were made blood color as they flew through the circumscribed territory of the lamp's shining. The Swede pushed open the door of the saloon and entered. A sanded expanse was before him, and at the end of it 4 men sat about a table drinking. Down one side of the room extended a radiant bar, and its guardian was leaning upon his elbows listening to the talk of the men at the table. The Swede dropped his valise upon the floor, and, smiling fraternally upon the barkeeper, said, "Gimme some whiskey, will you?" The man placed a bottle, a whiskey glass, and a glass of ice-thick water upon the bar. The Swede poured himself an abnormal portion of whiskey and drank it in 3 gulps. "Pretty bad night," remarked the bartender, indifferently. He was making the pretension of blindness which is usually a distinction of his class, but it could have been seen that he was furtively studying the half-erased blood-stains on the face of the Swede. "Bad night," he said again. "Oh, it's good enough for me," replied the Swede, hardily, as he poured himself some more whiskey. The barkeeper took his coin and maneuvered it through its reception by the highly nickeled cash machine. A bell rang, a card labeled 20 CTS had appeared. "No," continued the Swede, "this isn't too bad weather. It's good enough for me." "So," murmured the barkeeper, languidly. The copious drams made the Swede's eyes swim, and he breathed a trifle heavier. "Yes, I like this weather. I like it. It suits me." It was apparently his design to impart a deep significance to these words. "So," murmured the bartender again. He turned to gaze dreamily at the scroll-like birds and bird-like scrolls which had been drawn with soap upon the mirror's back of the bar. "Well, I guess I'll take another drink," said the Swede, presently. "Have something?" "No, thanks, I'm not drinking," answered the bartender. Afterwards he asked, "How did you hurt your face?" The Swede immediately began to boast loudly. "Why, in a fight. I thumped the soul out of a man down here at Scully's Hotel." The interest of the 4 men at the table was at last aroused. "Who was it?" said one. "Johnny Scully," blustered the Swede. "Son of the man what runs it. He will be pretty near dead for some weeks, I can tell you. I made a nice thing of him, I did. He couldn't get up. They carried him in the house. Have a drink." Instantly the men in some subtle way encased themselves in reserve. "No, thanks," said one. The group was of curious formation. 2 were prominent local businessmen, one was the district attorney, and one was a professional gambler of the kind known as square. But a scrutiny of the group would not have enabled an observer to pick the gambler from the men of more reputable pursuits. He was, in fact, a man so delicate in manner, when among people of fair class, and so judicious in his choice of victims, that in the strictly masculine part of the town's life he had come to be explicitly trusted and admired. People called him a thoroughbred. The fear and contempt with which his craft was regarded was undoubtedly the reason that his quiet dignity shone conspicuous above the quiet dignity of men who might be merely hatters, billiard markers, or grocery clerks. Beyond an occasional unwary traveler, who came by rail, this gambler was supposed to prey solely upon reckless and senile farmers, who, when flush with good crops, drove into town in all the pride and confidence of an absolutely invulnerable stupidity. Hearing at times in circuitous fashion of the despoilment of such a farmer, the important men of Romper invariably laughed in contempt of the victim, and, if they thought of the wolf at all, it was with a kind of pride at the knowledge that he would never dare think of attacking their wisdom and courage. Besides, it was popular that this gambler had a real wife and 2 real children in a neat cottage in a suburb, where he led an exemplary home life, and when anyone even suggested a discrepancy in his character, the crowd immediately vociferated descriptions of this virtuous family circle. Then men who led exemplary home lives, and men who did not lead exemplary home lives, all subsided in a bunch, remarking that there was nothing more to be said. However, when a restriction was placed upon him, as, for instance, when a strong clique of members of the New Polywoke Club refused to permit him, even as a spectator, to appear in the rooms of the organization, the candor and gentleness with which he accepted the judgment disarmed many of his foes and made his friends more desperately partisan. He invariably distinguished between himself and a respectable Romper man so quickly and frankly that his manner actually appeared to be a continual broadcast compliment. And one must not forget to declare the fundamental fact of his entire position in Romper. It is irrefutable that in all affairs outside of his business, in all matters that occur eternally and commonly between man and man, this thieving card player was so generous, so just, so moral, that, in a contest, he could have put to flight the consciences of 9/10 of the citizens of Romper. And so it happened that he was seated in this saloon with the 2 prominent local merchants and the district attorney. The Swede continued to drink raw whiskey, meanwhile babbling at the barkeeper and trying to induce him to indulge in potations. "Come on. Have a drink." "Come on." "What, no?" "Well, have a little one, then." "By good, I've whipped a man tonight, and I want to celebrate." "I whipped him good, too." "Gentlemen," the Swede cried to the men at the table, "have a drink." "SSH," said the barkeeper. The group at the table, although furtively attentive, had been pretending to be deep in talk, but now a man lifted his eyes towards the Swede and said, shortly, "Thanks. We don't want any more." At this reply the Swede ruffled out his chest like a rooster. "Well," he exploded, "it seems I can't get anybody to drink with me in this town. Seems so, don't it?" "Well, SSH, said the barkeeper. "Say," snarled the Swede, "don't you try to shut me up. I won't have it. I'm a gentleman, and I want people to drink with me. And I want 'em to drink with me now. Now, do you understand?" He rapped the bar with his knuckles. Years of experience had calloused the bartender. He merely grew sulky. "I hear you," he answered. "Well," cried the Swede, "listen hard then. See those men over there? Well, they're going to drink with me, and don't you forget it. Now you watch." "Hi," yelled the barkeeper, "this won't do." "Why won't it?" demanded the Swede. He stalked over to the table, and by chance laid his hand upon the shoulder of the gambler. "How about this?" he asked, wrathfully. "I asked you to drink with me." The gambler simply twisted his head and spoke over his shoulder. "My friend, I don't know you." "Oh, hell," answered the Swede, "come and have a drink." "Now, my boy," advised the gambler, kindly, "take your hand off my shoulder and go away and mind your own business." He was a little, slim man, and it seemed strange to hear him use this tone of heroic patronage to the burly Swede. The other men at the table said nothing. "What? You won't drink with me, you little dude? I'll make you then. I'll make you." The Swede had grasped the gambler frenziedly at the throat, and was dragging him from his chair. The other men sprang up. The barkeeper dashed around the corner of his bar. There was a great tumult, and then was seen a long blade in the hand of the gambler. It shot forward, and a human body, this citadel of virtue, wisdom, power, was pierced as easily as if it had been a melon. The Swede fell with a cry of supreme astonishment. The prominent merchants and the district attorney must have at once tumbled out of the place backward. The bartender found himself hanging limply to the arm of a chair and gazing into the eyes of a murderer. "Henry," said the latter, as he wiped his knife on one of the towels that hung beneath the bar rail, "you tell em where to find me. I'll be home, waiting for em." Then he vanished. A moment afterwards the barkeeper was in the street dinning through the storm for help, and, moreover, companionship. The corpse of the Swede, alone in the saloon, had its eyes fixed upon a dreadful legend that dwelt atop of the cash machine: "This registers the amount of your purchase." 9 months later, the cowboy was frying pork over the stove of a little ranch near the Dakota line, when there was a quick thud of hoofs outside, and presently the Easterner entered with the letters and the papers. "Well," said the Easterner at once, "the chap that killed the Swede has got 3 years. Wasn't much, was it?" "He has 3 years." The cowboy poised his pan of pork, while he ruminated upon the news. 3 years. That ain't much. No. It was a light sentence, replied the Easterner as he unbuckled his spurs. Seems there was a good deal of sympathy for him in Romper. If the bartender had been any good, observed the cowboy, thoughtfully, he would have gone in and cracked that there Dutchman on the head with a bottle in the beginning of it and stopped all this here murderin'. "Yes, 1,000 things might have happened," said the Easterner, tartly. The cowboy returned his pan of pork to the fire, but his philosophy continued. "It's funny, ain't it? If he hadn't said Johnny was cheatin', he'd be alive this minute. He was an awful fool. Game played for fun, too. Not for money. I believe he was crazy. I feel sorry for that gambler, said the Easterner. Oh, so do I, said the cowboy. He don't deserve none of it for killin' who he did. The Swede might not have been killed if everything had been square. Might not have been killed, exclaimed the cowboy. Everything square. Why, when he said that Johnny was cheatin' and acted like such a jackass. And then in the saloon he fairly walked up to Git Hurt. With these arguments the cowboy browbeat the Easterner and reduced him to rage. You're a fool, cried the Easterner, viciously. You're a bigger jackass than the Swede by a million majority. Now let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you something. Listen. Johnny was cheating. Johnny, said the cowboy, blankly. There was a minute of silence, and then he said, robustly, why, no. The game was only for fun. Fun or not, said the Easterner, Johnny was cheating. I saw him. I know it. I saw him. And I refused to stand up and be a man. I let the Swede fight it out alone. And you were simply puffing around the place and wanting to fight. And then old Scully himself. We are all in it. This poor gambler isn't even a noun. He is kind of an adverb. Every sin is the result of a collaboration. We, 5 of us, have collaborated in the murder of this Swede. Usually there are from a dozen to 40 women really involved in every murder, but in this case it seems to be only 5 men, you, I, Johnny, old Scully, and that fool of an unfortunate gambler came merely as a culmination, the apex of a human movement, and gets all the punishment. The cowboy, injured and rebellious, cried out blindly into this fog of mysterious theory, well, I didn't do anything, did I? His new mittens. Little Horace was walking home from school, brilliantly decorated by a pair of new red mittens. A number of boys were snowballing gleefully in a field. They hailed him. Come on, Horace. We're having a battle. Little Horace was sad. No, he said, I can't. I've got to go home. At noon his mother had admonished him, now, Horace, you come straight home as soon as school is out. Do you hear? And don't you get them nice new mittens all wet, either. Do you hear? Also his aunt had said, I declare, Emily, it's a shame the way you allow that child to ruin his things. She had meant mittens. To his mother, Horace had dutifully replied, yes, But he now loitered in the vicinity of the group of uproarious boys, who were yelling like hawks as the white balls flew. Yelling like hawks as the white balls flew, yelling like hawks as the white balls flew. Some of them immediately analyzed this extraordinary hesitancy. Ha, they paused to scoff, afraid of your new mittens, ain't you? Some smaller boys, who were not yet so wise in discerning motives, applauded this attack with unreasonable vehemence. Afraid of his mit-10s. Afraid of his mit-10s. They sang these lines to cruel and monotonous music which is as old perhaps as American childhood, and which it is the privilege of the emancipated adult to completely forget. Afraid of his MIT-10s. Horace cast a tortured glance towards his playmates, and then dropped his eyes to the snow at his feet. Presently he turned to the trunk of one of the great maple trees that lined the curb. He made a pretense of closely examining the rough and virile bark. To his mind, this familiar street of Whilomville seemed to grow dark in the thick shadow of shame. The trees and the houses were now palled in purple. Afraid of his MIT-10s. The terrible music had in it a meaning from the moonlit war drums of chanting cannibals. Horace, I've got to go home. At last Horace, with supreme effort, raised his head. "'Tain't them I care about," he said, gruffly. "I've got to go home. That's all." Whereupon each boy held his left forefinger as if it were a pencil and began to sharpen it derisively with his right forefinger. They came closer, and sang like a trained chorus, afraid of his mittens. When he raised his voice to deny the charge, it was simply lost in the screams of the mob. He was alone, fronting all the traditions of boyhood held before him by inexorable representatives. To such a low state had he fallen that one lad, a mere baby, outflanked him and then struck him in the cheek with a heavy snowball. The act was acclaimed with loud jeers. Horace turned to dart at his assailant, but there was an immediate demonstration on the other flank, and he found himself obliged to keep his face towards the hilarious crew of tormentors. The baby retreated in safety to the rear of the crowd, where he was received with fulsome compliments upon his daring. Horace retreated slowly up the walk. He continually tried to make them heed him, but the only sound was the chant, afraid of his MIT-10s. In this desperate withdrawal the beset and haggard boy suffered more than is the common lot of man. When he raised his voice to deny the charge, being a boy himself, he did not understand boys at all. He had, of course, the dismal conviction that they were going to dog him to his grave. But near the corner of the field they suddenly seemed to forget all about it. Indeed, they possessed only the malevolence of so many flitter-headed sparrows. The interest had swung capriciously to some other matter. In a moment they were off in the field again, carousing amid the snow. Some authoritative boy had probably said, or, "Come on," or, "Come on." As the pursuit ceased, Horace ceased his retreat. He spent some time in what was evidently an attempt to adjust his self-respect, and then began to wander furtively down towards the group. He, too, had undergone an important change. Perhaps his sharp agony was only as durable as the malevolence of the others. In this boyish life obedience to some unformulated creed of manners was enforced with capricious but merciless rigor. However, they were, after all, his comrades, his friends. They did not heed his return. They were engaged in an altercation. It had evidently been planned that this battle was between Indians and soldiers. The smaller and weaker boys had been induced to appear as Indians in the initial skirmish, but they were now very sick of it, and were reluctantly but steadfastly affirming their desire for a change of caste. The larger boys had all one great distinction: devastating Indians materially, and they wished the war to go on as planned. They explained vociferously that it was proper for the soldiers always to thrash the Indians. The little boys did not pretend to deny the truth of this argument. They confined themselves to the simple statement that, in that case, they wished to be soldiers. Each little boy willingly appealed to the others to remain Indians, but as for himself he reiterated his desire to enlist as a soldier. The larger boys were in despair over this dearth of enthusiasm in the small Indians. They alternately wheedled and bullied, but they could not persuade the little boys, who were really suffering dreadful humiliation, rather than submit to another onslaught of soldiers. They were called all the baby names that had the power of stinging deep into their pride, but they remained firm. Then a formidable lad, a leader of reputation, one who could whip many boys that wore long trousers, suddenly blew out his checks and shouted, "Well, all right then. I'll be an Indian myself. Now." The little boys greeted with cheers this addition to their wearied ranks, and seemed then content. But matters were not mended in the least, because all of the personal following of the formidable lad, with the addition of every outsider, spontaneously forsook the flag and declared themselves Indians. There were now no soldiers. The Indians had carried everything unanimously. The formidable lad used his influence, but his influence could not shake the loyalty of his friends, who refused to fight under any colors but his colors. Plainly there was nothing for it but to coerce the little ones. The formidable lad again became a soldier, and then graciously permitted to join him all the real fighting strength of the crowd, leaving behind a most forlorn band of little Indians. Then the soldiers attacked the Indians, exhorting them to opposition at the same time. The Indians at first adopted a policy of hurried surrender, but this had no success, as none of the surrenders were accepted. They then turned to flee, bawling out protests. The ferocious soldiers pursued them amid shouts. The battle widened, developing all manner of marvelous detail. Horace had turned towards home several times, but, as a matter of fact, this scene held him in a spell. It was fascinating beyond anything which the grown man understands. He had always in the back of his head a sense of guilt, even a sense of impending punishment for disobedience, but they could not weigh with the delirium of this snow battle. To one of the raiding soldiers, espying Horace, called out in passing, afraid of his might-10s. Horace flinched at this renewal, and the other lad paused to taunt him again. Horace scooped some snow, molded it into a ball, and flung it at the other. "Ho!" cried the boy, "you're an Indian, are you? Hey, fellas, here's an Indian that ain't been killed yet." He and Horace engaged in a duel in which both were in such haste to mold snowballs that they had little time for aiming. Horace once struck his opponent squarely in the chest. Hey, he shouted, you're dead. You can't fight anymore, Pete. I killed you. You're dead. The other boy flushed red, but he continued frantically to make ammunition. You never touched me, he retorted, glowering. You never touched me. Where, now, he added, defiantly. Where did you hit me? On the coat. Right on your breast. You can't fight anymore. You're dead. You never. I did, too. Hey, fellas, ain't he dead? I hit him square. He never. Nobody had seen the affair, but some of the boys took sides in absolute accordance with their friendship for one of the concerned parties. Horace's opponent went about contending, he never touched me. He never came near me. He never came near me. The formidable leader now came forward and accosted Horace. What was you? An Indian. Well, then, you're dead, that's all. He hit you. I saw him. Me, shrieked Horace. He never came within a mile of me. At that moment he heard his name called in a certain familiar tune of 2 notes, with the last note shrill and prolonged. He looked towards the sidewalk, and saw his mother standing there in her widow's weeds, with 2 brown paper parcels under her arm. A silence had fallen upon all the boys. Horace moved slowly towards his mother. She did not seem to note his approach. She was gazing austerely off through the naked branches of the maples where 2 crimson sunset bars lay on the deep blue sky. At a distance of 10 paces Horace made a desperate venture. Oh, Ma, he whined, can't I stay out for a while? No, she answered solemnly, you come with me. Horace knew that profile. It was the inexorable profile. But he continued to plead, because it was not beyond his mind that a great show of suffering now might diminish his suffering later. He did not dare to look back at his playmates. It was already a public scandal that he could not stay out as late as other boys. And he could imagine his standing now that he had been again dragged off by his mother in sight of the whole world. He was a profoundly miserable human being. Aunt Martha opened the door for them. Light streamed about her straight skirt. Oh, she said, so you found him on the road, eh? Well, I declare. It was about time. Horace slunk into the kitchen. The stove, straddling out on its 4 iron legs, was gently humming. Aunt Martha had evidently just lighted the lamp, for she went to it and began to twist the wick experimentally. Let's see them mittens. Now, said the mother, let's see them mittens. Horace's chin sank. The aspiration of the criminal, the passionate desire for an asylum from retribution, from justice, was aflame in his heart. I don't know where they are, he gasped finally, as he passed his hand over his pockets. Horace intoned his mother, you are telling me a story. Tiny a story, he answered, just above his breath. He looked like a sheep stealer. His mother held him by the arm, and began to search his pockets. Almost at once she was able to bring forth a pair of very wet mittens. "Well, I declare," cried Aunt Martha. The two women went close to the lamp, and minutely examined the mittens, turning them over and over. Afterwards, when Horace looked up, his mother's sad-lined, homely face was turned towards him. He burst into tears. His mother drew a chair near the stove. "Just you sit there now, until I tell you to get off." He sidled meekly into the chair. His mother and his aunt went briskly about the business of preparing supper. They did not display a knowledge of his existence. They carried an effect of oblivion so far that they even did not speak to each other. Presently they went into the dining and living room. Horace could hear the dishes rattling. His Aunt Martha brought a plate of food, placed it on a chair near him, and went away without a word. Brought a plate of food. Horace instantly decided that he would not touch a morsel of the food. He had often used this ruse in dealing with his mother. He did not know why it brought her to terms, but certainly it sometimes did. The mother looked up when the aunt returned to the other room. "Is he eating his supper?" she asked. The maiden aunt, fortified in ignorance, gazed with pity and contempt upon this interest. "Well, now, Emily, how do I know?" she queried. "Was I going to stand over him? Of all the worrying you do about that child. It's a shame the way you're bringing up that child. Well, he ought to eat something. It won't do for him to go without eating, the mother retorted, weakly. Aunt Martha, profoundly scorning the policy of concession which these words meant, uttered a long, contemptuous sigh. Three alone in the kitchen, Horace stared with somber eyes at the plate of food. For a long time he betrayed no sign of yielding. His mood was adamantine. He was resolved not to sell his vengeance for bread, cold ham, and a pickle, and yet it must be known that the sight of them affected him powerfully. The pickle in particular was notable for its seductive charm. He surveyed it darkly. Horace stared with somber eyes at the plate of food, but at last, unable to longer endure his state, his attitude in the presence of the pickle, he put out an inquisitive finger and touched it, and it was cool and green and plump. Then a full conception of the cruel woe of his situation swept upon him suddenly, and his eyes filled with tears, which began to move down his cheeks. He sniffled. His heart was black with hatred. He painted in his mind scenes of deadly retribution. His mother would be taught that he was not one to endure persecution meekly, without raising an arm in his defense. And so his dreams were of a slaughter of feelings, and near the end of them his mother was pictured as coming, bowed with pain, to his feet. Weeping, she implored his charity. Would he forgive her? No, his once tender heart had been turned to stone by her injustice. He could not forgive her. She must pay the inexorable penalty. The first item in this horrible plan was the refusal of the food. This he knew by experience would work havoc in his mother's heart. And so he grimly waited. but suddenly it occurred to him that the first part of his revenge was in danger of failing. The thought struck him that his mother might not capitulate in the usual way. According to his recollection, the time was more than due when she should come in, worried, sadly affectionate, and ask him if he was ill. It had then been his custom to hint in a resigned voice that he was the victim of secret disease, but that he preferred to suffer in silence and alone. If she was obdurate in her anxiety, he always asked her in a gloomy, low voice to go away and leave him to suffer in silence and alone in the darkness without food. He had known this maneuvering to result even in pie. But what was the meaning of the long pause and the stillness? Had his old and valued ruse betrayed him? As the truth sank into his mind, he supremely loathed life, the world, his mother. Her heart was beating back the besiegers. He was a defeated child. He wept for a time before deciding upon the final stroke. He would run away. In a remote corner of the world he would become some sort of bloody-handed person driven to a life of crime by the barbarity of his mother. She should never know his fate. He would torture her for years with doubts, and drive her implacably to a repentant grave. Nor would Aunt Martha escape. Some day, a century hence, when his mother was dead, he would write to his Aunt Martha, and point out her part in the blighting of his life. For one blow against him now he would, in time, deal back 1,000, 10,000. Some sort of bloody-handed person. He arose and took his coat and cap. As he moved stealthily towards the door he cast a glance backward at the pickle. He was tempted to take it, but he knew that if he left the plate inviolate his mother would feel even worse. A blue snow was falling. People, bowed forward, were moving briskly along the walks. The electric lamps hummed amid showers of flakes. As Horace emerged from the kitchen, a shrill squall drove the flakes around the corner of the house. He cowered away from it, and its violence illumined his mind vaguely in new directions. He deliberated upon a choice of remote corners of the globe. He found that he had no plans which were definite enough in a geographical way, but without much loss of time he decided upon California. He moved briskly as far as his mother's front gate on the road to California. He was off at last. His success was a trifle dreadful, his throat choked. People bowed forward, but at the gate he paused. He did not know if his journey to California would be shorter if he went down Niagara Avenue or off through Hogan Street. As the storm was very cold and the point was very important, he decided to withdraw for reflection to the woodshed. He entered the dark shanty, and took seat upon the old chopping block upon which he was supposed to perform for a few minutes every afternoon when he returned from school. The wind screamed and shouted at the loose boards, and there was a rift of snow on the floor to leeward of a crack. Here the idea of starting for California on such a night departed from his mind, leaving him ruminating miserably upon his martyrdom. He saw nothing for it but to sleep all night in the woodshed and start for California in the morning bright and early. Thinking of his bed, he kicked over the floor and found that the innumerable chips were all frozen tightly, bedded in ice. Later he viewed with joy some signs of excitement in the house. The flare of a lamp moved rapidly from window to window. Then the kitchen door slammed loudly and a shawled figure sped towards the gate. At last he was making them feel his power. The shivering child's face was lit with saturnine glee as in the darkness of the woodshed he gloated over the evidences of consternation in his home. The shawled figure had been his Aunt Martha dashing with the alarm to the neighbors. The cold of the woodshed was tormenting him. He endured only because of the terror he was causing. But then it occurred to him that, if they instituted a search for him, they would probably examine the woodshed. He knew that it would not be manful to be caught so soon. He was not positive now that he was going to remain away forever, but at any rate he was bound to inflict some more damage before allowing himself to be captured. If he merely succeeded in making his mother angry, she would thrash him on sight. He must prolong the time in order to be safe. If he held out properly, he was sure of a welcome of love, even though he should drip with crimes. Evidently the storm had increased, for when he went out it swung him violently with its rough and merciless strength. Panting, stung, half-blinded with the driving flakes, he was now a waif, exiled, friendless, and poor. With a bursting heart, he thought of his home and his mother. To his forlorn vision they were as far away as heaven. For Horace was undergoing changes of feeling so rapidly that he was merely moved hither and then thither like a kite. He was now aghast at the merciless ferocity of his mother. It was she who had thrust him into this wild storm, and she was perfectly indifferent to his fate, perfectly indifferent. The forlorn wanderer could no longer weep. The strong sobs caught at his throat, making his breath come in short, quick snuffles. All in him was conquered save the enigmatical childish ideal of form, manner. This principle still held out, and it was the only thing between him and submission. When he surrendered, he must surrender in a way that deferred to the undefined code. He longed simply to go to the kitchen and stumble in, but his unfathomable sense of fitness forbade him. Presently he found himself at the head of Niagara Avenue, staring through the snow into the blazing windows of Stickney's butcher shop. Stickney was the family butcher, not so much because of a superiority to other Whilomville butchers as because he lived next door and had been an intimate friend of the father of Horace. Rows of glowing pigs hung head downward back of the tables, which bore huge pieces of red beef. Clumps of attenuated turkeys were suspended here and there. Stickney, hale and smiling, was bantering with a woman in a cloak, who, with a monster basket on her arm, was dickering for 8 cents worth of something. Horace watched them through a crusted pane. When the woman came out and passed him, he went towards the door. He touched the latch with his finger, but withdrew again suddenly to the sidewalk. Inside Stickney was whistling cheerily and assorting his knives. 8 cents worth of something. Finally Horace went desperately forward, opened the door, and entered the shop. His head hung low. Stickney stopped whistling. "Hello, young man," he cried, "what brings you here?" His head hung low. Horace halted, but said nothing. He swung one foot to and fro over the sawdust floor. Stickney had placed his two fat hands, palms downward and wide apart, on the table, in the attitude of a butcher facing a customer, but now he straightened. "Here," he said, "what's wrong?" "What's wrong, kid?" "Nothing," answered Horace, huskily. He lay bought for a moment with something in his throat, and afterwards added, "Ony, I've run away," and, "Run away," shouted Stickney. "Run away from what?" "Who?" "From home," answered Horace. "I don't like it there any more." He had arranged a narration to win the sympathy of the butcher. He had prepared a table setting forth the merits of his case in the most logical fashion, but it was as if the wind had been knocked out of his mind. "I've run away." Stickney reached an enormous hand over the array of beef, and firmly grappled the emigrant. Then he swung himself to Horace's side. His face was stretched with laughter, and he playfully shook his prisoner. "Come, come, come. What dashed nonsense is this? Run away, hey? Run away." Whereupon the child's long-tried spirit found vent in howls. "Come, come," said Stickney, busily. "Never mind now, never mind. You just come along with me. It'll be all right. I'll fix it. Never you mind." 5 minutes later the butcher, with a great ulster over his apron, was leading the boy homeward. At the very threshold, Horace raised his last flag of pride. "No, no," he sobbed. "I don't want to. I don't want to go in there." He braced his foot against the step and made a very respectable resistance. "Now, Horace," cried the butcher. He thrust open the door with a bang. "Hello there." Across the dark kitchen the door to the living room opened and Aunt Martha appeared. "You've found him," she screamed. "We've come to make a call," roared the butcher. At the entrance to the living room a silence fell upon them all. Upon a couch Horace saw his mother lying limp, pale as death, her eyes gleaming with pain. There was an electric pause before she swung a waxen hand towards Horace. "My child," she murmured, tremulously. Whereupon the sinister person addressed, with a prolonged wail of grief and joy, ran to her with speed. "Mamma! Mamma! Oh, Mamma!" She was not able to speak in a known tongue as she folded him in her weak arms. "Mamma! Mamma! Oh, Mamma!" Aunt Martha turned defiantly upon the butcher because her face betrayed her. She was crying. She made a gesture half military, half feminine. "Won't you have a glass of our root beer, Mr. Stickney? We make it ourselves." End of the Project Gutenberg ebook The Monster and Other Stories ******* Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4 Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5 Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6 You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7 Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8 You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1 Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3. This work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801, 596, 1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.